Ladies and gentlemen, I was hoping for something. I don't remember what Father said. I was hoping for this to be like the special 100th episode. And then, we had that hard lock crash yesterday, which meant by definition, the 100th episode was the end of Shadowmoon. Whatever. I guess that works out. Let's go ahead and hit up the Spires of Arak, shall we? So there's a bunch of Araka. First Araka we see are the Araka we're used to from BC. For the 5 people who actually remember them from BC. Goddamn stupid die. I heard Zark and her followers barely made it to Talon before the orcs got to them.
Broken me yet.
Resident evil block. Mass effect. Andromeda. And what's COH? I'm sorry. Either way, thank you, Loke. Appreciate you. So, interesting thing to walk into a zone in. Oh, company heroes. My first thought was City Heroes, and I was pretty sure that wasn't right. So, first thing we see walking in is all these Arakoa outcasts. Also, notice the framing. We can't... I'm going to spoil something for you. That's actually the central city of the High Arakoa right there in front of us. So it's the first damn thing we see as we walk in. There's a bunch of Arakoa outcasts, and that stupid city. Exotic traveler from the north, look at my wares.
You buy?
My people flee our homeland in droves. I sell trinkets to ease the journey. But I see you're not interested in trinkets. No, you're interested in answers. Skeksis lies nearby. Once a great city built by Arak as a refuge for the unwanted. Now, a ruined slum. An old storyteller lives there, Rashad. Find him and speak the words shadows gather. He'll know you're a friend. Now go. Your presence is bad for business.
Keep to the shadows.
We don't have context for what just happened, but I love how that's the second thing we see walking in. Third, I guess, technically. Outcasts, city, and some kind of sunbeam thing. We'll follow through on what the hell that is not too long from now. However, one of the outcasts does shout as you see that. They just fired on Vale Akraz. Here's Skeksis. Looks a little different than it did back in BC. A lot of Arakoa here.
Percy, would you hold still? How do you expect me to read it with you fluttering about like that?
He's a bird, dude.
Ah, hello.
Shadows gather.
When the raven swallows the day, who sent you?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen the Dark Crystal Loke. But yes, it's almost assuredly that the Arakoa, which I remind you go back to BC, We're probably inspired from the Skeksis. Especially given the fact that we're currently in a place called Skeksis.
Let me tell you a story.
Azek must have seen something in you. I will trust his judgment for... Oh, dear. They've arrived.
You want to know why my people flee Arak? Look outside. Our own kin fear and revile us for this curse.
I thought I would have more time to prepare. There are powerful relics hidden out in Skeksis. If I leave without them, I may as well have died. The first is a pair of wing blades being held in effigy near the front gate. You likely walked right past them on your way in. Another effigy is on the east side of the ruins. Bring those to me. Their secrets will be yours.
Goodbye. It's about time. I will see you again.
The Arakoa from Skyreach are all ruled by the adherents of Rukmar. They revile those of us who bear the curse to seethe, and decree that we must be purged in the name of their sun god. Soon their gaze will turn to the lands of Arak. Beyond Arak, excuse me. God, my eyes are still pretty blurry. I just woke up. Challenge their warriors, buy me time to prepare their escape, and help me into the motion. Help me set into motion their downfall.
Farewell for now.
So then we see these guys. Notice we did not see these guys earlier, and also notice once again they're getting clever with the layer changes. These are Highborn Arakoa. Clearly inspired by, but you can see the differences just looking at them. Also, I swear these guys have a unique mesh. Sorry, not mesh, rigging. I'm probably wrong. It's probably based on something. But for the longest time, I was expecting playable Arakoa because of how unique that model is there. And again, I mean rigging specifically. Okay, apparently it is unique, and apparently I was right all along. God damn it! I can't stop being right, apparently. I can see that, Magister, from what little I've seen. Yeah, I get why they don't want to do full playable races again. I really do, but, like, come on. Give us an allied Arakoa, you know? Racial cleansing. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole here. There's a lot going on here, and it's actually pretty awesome. So all I'm going to say right now is that we've got the Arakoa who are fleeing from the High Arakoa. And there's definitely a religious war going on here. I do remember there were interviews about making both Ogres and Arakoa playable in Warlords. As in, it was something they'd put enough work and effort into that you could see the bones of it. Obviously that's not true and never actually codified. When Warlords finally came out, a lot of us were actually theorizing that would happen because of all the evidence still in the game that they were going to be playable. You know, all the work they had already done on making both playable. I don't know why they changed their mind, but I bet you I can tell you why they changed their mind. It's called Titan. Yeah, I know. I blame a lot of things on Titan, but you really got to understand how much it just destroyed the company at that point in time. Oh, God. If it's enough money to make Bobby Kotick take notice, then it was a large chunk of change.
Yes. Goodbye.
Wingblades forged in the name of the sun god to bring freedom and glory to her children, and a mask worn by a great king who would walk among his people in disguise to know their true nature.
I will see you again.
Who would expect to find treasures draped over straw dolls left to bake in the sun? Sometimes the best place to hide precious things is in plain sight.
Farewell, my friend. Farewell.
Azek was right to guide you to me. If you were coming to help Skeksis, we needed to meet. And if you're coming to attack us, well, I'd be dead either way, wouldn't I? There, that's nearly everything.
Farewell for now.
The adherents of Rukmar are the ruling body. Their influence is absolute. Their proclamations taken as the will of Rukmar herself. The herald leading this purge is surely carrying out such orders, likely no more than a list of names and of places they plan to erase. That list would prove invaluable in the days to come. Acquire it for me and shut that herald up.
We'll slip away while you keep the herald busy. Meet us near the bridge just outside of town.
Yeah, Rashad... In a lot of these characters, it's a shame that we've lost them. I'm telling you, get the evacuation ship out here. Good morning, Uthor. Good morning, Blade Taval. God damn it. Stop blinding me with your sun powers. God. That actually makes no sense. How was Rashad in the anniversary event? Like in lore, I mean. Oh god, wouldn't that be funny? 20 years of codified lore and they threw it all away for one anniversary event. That'd be a very Blizzard thing to do, wouldn't it? Let's see. The assassination list is Rashad of Skeksis, Ishal of Shadowglade, Zelik of Vale Akraz. In the name of Rukmar, we must burn away the shadows.
Goodbye.
Rashad fastens another scroll to Percy, who squawks meekly in protest. Stop whining.
Farewell.
Yes, there's my name at the top of the list, and a few Talon priests from the Shadowglade as well. They fear the return of Arak, as they should. Do you remember our greeting? Shadows gather where the raven swallows the day. It's more than an old verse, it's a call to action. Followers of old ways are gathering, and I must join them. You're needed too, I think. Follow this road down to Crow's Crook. There you'll find the home of an old crone. Greet as you greeted me, and she'll guide the way. You'll not see me, but I'll be close behind.
I will see you again.
That's true, it could have been our Rashad. Would be an interesting thing if ours survived. Hello, ma'am.
Can I help you?
The shadows gather?
Yes, I understand. I will tell you the way.
What?
And I see you out there, Rashad. No use hiding from me, darling. Come here. Come here.
Oh, yes, of course. Greetings, Orneka.
You too, Percy. That's it. Give old Orneka some sugar. Are you lost?
I will point you in the right direction, but I cannot guarantee you'll survive the trip.
Be careful out there.
Rashad's more than he appears. A mottled old crow with a beak in his book, certainly, but we need him. Shadows gather beneath the lonely spire and veiled Arak. Rashad must make it there safely. Along the path you'll find charms primed with illusion spells. You need only touch them to take on Rashad's image. Adherent assassins are on the prowl for the old outcast with scrolls on his back, and they'll fall upon you. Oh, but won't they be surprised when the illusion fades?
Safe travels.
A group of adherents came round just before the attack on Skeksis. Disguised myself as a mushroom, I did. Fools rocked right past me. My neighbor up the road was not so lucky. He had a fondness for texts, if I recall. Might be valuable information in his hut if you give Rashad a moment to rummage. Oh, and bring one of his feathers to the shrine, would you? He's such a dear, and I know it's what he'd want.
Farewell.
Ah, hello.
I mean, I've talked about that 1,000 times, look. You know my thoughts on that. I am no sorcerer, but I've picked up a few spells in my time. Enough for me to pass unseen by the naked eye. Unfortunately, the vampire bats don't use their eyes. They'll hear my shuffling robes and Percy's incessant clucking a mile away. Clear them away from the path, would you?
Farewell, my friend. Ornica, it is not safe here. The adherents are out in force. Come with us to Vel Terak.
Oh, how sweet of you, Rashad. I never knew you cared. But my old bones would only slow you down. I'll be fine here.
Very well. Let us proceed.
Sure thing. Here is my Arakoa voice. I am an Arakoa, with great clacking of beaks and feathers. I will do what I must to save our people from the adherents of Route 1. Not helpful, unfortunately, Huthor. I know, I'm probably the only person who actually cares that they keep their own timeline stuff contiguous. But goddammit, it's a legitimate feat that they've managed it this long. Don't trip this far in, you know? Like, you know how contiguous Star Trek is with its time travel? Oh, that's right. Not at all. Not even with this in the same show, never mind the franchise. And yeah, that's all the abandonment negatives. As usual, every expansion will get abandonment negatives. 100% of them. When we get to Dragonflight, we'll start seeing less of them. That will also apply to War Within. Yeah, TOS, there's a specific episode of TOS which is inconsistent within itself. I don't remember the name of the one. It's the one where they casually go back to, like, examine things and, like, they're spotted by some guy in a plane. God, it's such a dumb episode. Tomorrow's yesterday. God, I hate that episode so much. There's only 2 types of TOS episodes. Amazing, phenomenal, fantastic episodes that are still great today. And then the rest. Look on the plus side, Rector's Beard. War Within will be the very first time I will be capable of giving any kind of gameplay positives to a raid boss. How's that for wild? Yeah, I will admit, I've always kind of assumed that the anniversary event wasn't really in lore. There's some neat references there. And some things that certainly could be seen as lore, but, you know. Like, Valtois and What's-Her-Face ending up as a couple. That makes sense, and that lines up pretty neatly with what we know. Or, oh gosh, what else? Ariok's fate is another one. Which is kind of interesting. Rico and Kieran. Yeah, that's another good one. Stella Gosa, that's her name. And yeah, it certainly feels like it's happening in lore. But is it? part of the problem is that even in lore, it's supposed to be this big anniversary event. But in lore, an anniversary of what? For us, it's obviously an anniversary for WoW, but what the hell is it for them, you know? Yeah, soft cannon. Yeah, I can see that. Was it Seath? God, there's so many bosses here. It was him, Darkweaver Seath. Yeah. That's true. Leroy Jenkins is there selling chicken.
Step aside. Let us see if this fellow had anything worthwhile. Mind the door, will you?
Sure.
My, what a curious collection.
Did you, if you give me a...
What have you got there? Come now, let's see it. "50 layers of shadow, 50... Percival! You put that back this instant! Wow, nasty bird!
No comment.
Ah, here's something. The Saga of Arak. And he's written notes inside. Here, have a look.
Kind of busy. Killing people here to kill you.
Let me tell you a story.
Here, I'll take these both for safekeeping.
Farewell.
We have one more stop before the Way Shrine.
I will see you again.
Our deceased friend there was hiding more than a love of old scrolls and erotic sorcery fiction. He had something truly valuable. If I'm reading his notes correctly, he claims to have found the Eye of Anzu, Terok's scrying orb from the days after his fall. We need that orb. The notes say he stashed it in the Ravager Den up the road.
Goodbye. Back to the shadows for us, Percy.
For which channel, Jags here? I mean, I did cover My Little Pony. The main channel. Well, I disagree with the very concept of calling that the main channel, but I'll go call the old channel. Let's see what we got here. According to YouTube... Let's see here. I have 95.5% male. I don't believe that, by the way. And 37% of my viewers are 25 to 34. with the next largest bundle of them being 35 to 44. I also don't believe that, but then again, most of this information is wildly inaccurate. It only tracks the stuff that they actually, like when you're making your profile on YouTube, you have to actually put in that info. How many of you actually put in your actual info on your YouTube profile? People also going to lie on their profile. So who knows? That's what YouTube says it is. Yeah, me too, Thor. That's what my Steam profile says. I'll tell you what's actually happening. Legit. What is almost assuredly happening is it's putting you into a box based on what you watch. Now, what's doubly funny about that is that information itself is probably invalid, because what it assumes people in certain groups would watch is also not necessarily true. Like, we have proven evidence that they have weird ideas of what, you know, men and women of this age group and this age group actually watch. Probably the only thing the YouTube algorithm has ever gotten correct about me is that I like watching Mega Man stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's just marketing speak. Yeah, oh, you like watching gaming stuff. Oh, you must be Bale and somewhere in your 20s. Stuff like that, right? Let's see. Do I want to? Yeah, I do. Start diving for icy veins. There's also another thing. I was actually thinking about this. Forgive me for talking about this for a second. The other dumb thing about the algorithm, it's the same dumb thing about, honestly, a lot of how we operate. I have no idea, right? Your spirit. How do I put this? So, how many of you like a specific type of, let's say, candy, right? Like, let's say you, I'll use myself as an example. Let's say you really, really like, I don't know, Reese's cups specifically. So like, oh, cool. Oh, you know what? Actually, better example. Let's say you like Reese's Pieces. This is actually an even better example. So, according to the algorithm, what you want is Reese's Pieces, things like Reese's Pieces, or things that people who also buy Reese's Pieces buy, right? That's how the algorithm operates. It tries to give you more of what you want. The automatic and immediate flaw there, well, there's actually two, but even if everything is working as it should, which it isn't, and even if everything is tracking correctly, which it isn't, and even if it actually knows how to properly connect those data points, which it doesn't, even if everything is going smoothly, it's still wrong, because all it will tell you is what you already know you like. I bet every single person in chat right now, and on the YouTube VODs, feel free to jump in on the comments if you happen to be in concurrent here, has at least at one point in your life encountered something you had no idea you would like until you accidentally into it and suddenly found something new that you liked. Whether it's a game or a show or a movie or a book or a sport or a food or whatever, right? And again, to use my own example, for the longest time, I assumed I didn't like Reese's Peanut Butter Cups because I never tried one and I was never really offered any. It's weird. So I never actually found out that I actually much prefer Reese's Peanut Butter Cups over Reese's Pieces because I never tried it. There's other examples of that I could use, but you get the general idea, right? Hell, I've talked about this before, about how Civilization 2, Warcraft 1, and Command & Conquer 1 introduced me to the very concept of strategy games and the fact that I like those. Or SimCity introduced me to the very beginnings of what I would call management strategy and eventually builders. I had no idea. My own niece has recently, recently, more like a few years ago, has discovered that she really likes building in general. And so I, happened to notice this because I have a freaking brain, and so I introduced her to some random build a high-rise game. I don't remember what it's called. But it was one that I was like, let's go ahead and try this, see what you think of it. And she ended up diving into it pretty quickly because she was like, oh, this is so cool. Stuff like that, right? Yeah, because Legos and a few other things. You get it. And also, that's another point. Huthor also, there's this other presumption thing. I've talked many, many, many times about how negativity sells more than positivity for a lot of basic psychological reasons. But the long and the short of it is that most people are more likely to comment on, downvote, or share something that's bad than they are something that's good. So the algorithm on YouTube and everything else will also try to recommend stuff that you actively dislike because you reacted to that. There was engagement. I hate that word. And that's just... So we're up to, what 7 problems with the algorithm? I get why they do it. It's nonsense, and it should be ejected. I legitimately think they should just straight up delete it. It actively makes the internet worse, and I mean that with total sincerity. So every now and again, pretty rarely, I'll actually watch something on YouTube on my phone. The ads it gives me are very strange. Let me see if I can just pull up a random video, and let's see what kind of ads it's going to give me here. Let's just watch. What do we got? What do we got? This is the other side of things, because the argument is, oh, we need to have... excuse me. We need to have the algorithm so we know what kind of ads to show you. So this first ad is for some kind of beer. I don't recognize the brand. Very relevant to me, obviously. It's apparently Michelob. Yep, okay. Our second ad is for some kind of alcohol. 2 alcohol ads in a row. The second one is for something called Zeros. I don't even know what that is. It says it's alcohol. Here's another one. I got an ad for really gross looking pizza. Here's one for baseball stuff, baseball paraphernalia and equipment. Here's one for custom diamond rings. Here's something for something called Evernote. I don't even know what that is. Oh, here, this is perfect. Dog food. You know, because I'm such a dog food person and indeed have a dog. Oh, okay, here we go. Here's one to buy a new minivan. Who do you think I am? Okay, here's one for, specifically vegan food. Spoilers, I'm not vegan. I just keep going with this. Oh, this is perfect. Here's one to buy a house. It's a realtor. Yeah, yeah, because I got that kind of money lying around. Jesus Christ. I'm going to stop there. I think I've made my point. Listen, I love murdering and killing animals and then eating them as much as the next person. Wish we could do it a little bit more humanely, but, you know, I have no power to affect that. That's over a year ago, Lord Aramount. No, I'll tell you, it didn't pick up on that at all. It's just trying to lump me into a category. That's what they do. They put people into, I forget the term. They actually have an official term for it, but they put blanks into boxes, and each of these boxes is what they have, what idiots who have no idea what they're talking about. No, there's actually another word, but yeah, demographics is the correct word, but they have another buzzword for it. Anyways, they put the demographics into these boxes, and they say, here, okay, you're in here. This is you. And this box actually defines you. Because I'm a 30 or 40-year-old marketing executive in a suit who's never seen another human being in my life. And I can accurately tell you what kind of person you are based on 3 or 4 videos that you've watched. And you're just plopped into that box. So, of course, me, who I've looked up things on YouTube like Star Trek and Mega Man and like Warcraft, naturally, I am a well-off, financially well-to-do, probably 30-something-year-old who likes beer and baseball and pizza and has a dog, because of course I do, and I'm probably married or about to be married, so that's why I need that ring, and I'm getting a house, right? Jesus Christ. Now, I know what you're thinking. We're already down the rabbit hole on this, so we might as well keep making fun of this. First of all, who gives a crap about the advertisers? Let's just get that out of the way. Nobody gives a crap. Screw them. But let's go ahead and assume that in some magical world, we actually give exactly one damn about the advertisers, and we want to help them get more appropriate and more relevant ads to people. Okay, sure. So how do we do that? You may or may not know this, but I've actually studied advertising and marketing in school, actually. And I continue to do so on a regular basis as part of my job because it's so relevant to games and the gaming industry. So, you want to know what the most proven thing is to actually generate real sales from advertisements? This is not a joke. Do no pattern at all. Just completely random. Just throw up ads. Just the next ad. I mean, specifically ads, Blades of all. Word of mouth isn't an ad, obviously. Adverts, right? The most proven method for ads to actually be successful is to just throw completely random ads out. And in the doing, have a higher chance of one of those ads actually hitting an eyeball that actually generates a sale. Yeah, pure shotgunning method. That is true, Thor. As I've said many, many times, the ad industry is a lie. It is literally a lie. A lot of money. Like, I actually wonder how much actual money is wasted on a yearly or a monthly or whatever basis on ads that generate no revenue. Because if you zoom the camera out and think of it at a company level, this company spends money on this company, who then spends money on these ads, who then generate how much revenue to go back to the first company. I guarantee you, because this has been true for decades, that they are burning, just straight up burning money on adverts. And I bet you that's only gotten worse. Like, I guarantee you, with 98% certainty, that the ad industry has gotten even more of a black hole of time and money. And yeah, it's even worse because I've said this so many times, and forgive me for going down this again, but people treat that is to say, people treat eyeballs, so ad clicks or ad views, as currency. They treat that as hard currency, and they then use that in order to try and, as a basis point for other economic transactions. You should go watch this, you should go click this, you should send us this money, you should pay us this much, we will pay you this much. Why? All of it sits on the same thing, the eyeballs. How many people have viewed a given ad? Well, this YouTube video has 17 million viewers, therefore it's worth this much in terms of advertising revenue. And there's a logic to that, but as with so many elements of surface level logic, it's nonsense when you actually think about it.
it doesn't actually generate sales linearly like that. Once upon a time, there was actually a position in several major companies whose job it was to actually sit down. Does an ad cost a company money? If they're ineffective, why do it? So once upon a time, there was a job, and that job's purpose was to do nothing but to gauge the relative income changes relative to ad changes. Now, it wasn't a precise science, but it made a degree of sense and actually was able to gauge how effective ads were loosely. Because we don't have perfect data, right? It doesn't exist. We don't have an interface where we can just go to the HUD and see how good our ad revenue is doing. This isn't a video game. But the way you would do it is like, okay, we're going to try to do this kind of ad in these kind of magazines, for example. Or we're going to do this kind of ad on these kind of shows at these time slots, right? And then we're going to track our income across the next month or 2 or 3, usually a full quarter at the least, and see how our income has changed based on that change in strategy. And then we'll try something else, and then we'll try something else, and you would do kind of this back and forth to try and actually figure out which ones generate real sales. Those positions do not exist anymore. They were vetoed and axed about 20 years ago for being redundant. Nowadays, the ad company, the ad division in most companies doesn't exist. Most companies just outsource most of their ads and just kind of walks away from that. But the point is, the reason why these companies don't axe this stuff is because of the same reason that Hollywood continues to make movies, despite the fact that an enormous quantity of them do not make money. It is incestuous. A lot of what's happening here is a huge quantity of money is being funneled through and into this particular sub-industry, and everyone wants to keep the bubble going because so many other industries and so many other people sit and reside on this. They rely on this lie to continue to exist. And so everyone constantly tells everyone, yeah, no, this is totally how this works. Wink. And people either are stupid enough that they don't know better and don't care because they're taken care of, or know better and have a vested interest in continuing to keep the bubble going because they themselves are dependent on it in some manner or another. So everyone keeps this perpetual lie going forwards. And it's really frustrating to me because one of the biggest problems that we face as a species right now, and one of the biggest talking points that people will say in favor of things like poverty or not being able to take care of workers, is that we can't afford it. And when you consider the sheer quantity of money that is burnt and wasted on things like this, because this is just one example of this kind of thing, and then you consider how much those companies could be redirecting that money towards something that would actually benefit humanity as a whole, it's a little frustrating. Oh yeah, that's another thing. There's only 2 possible outcomes for any company that is doing this. That is to say, anybody working at the company who's doing this, the people making the decisions. Either they get their golden parachute and often go on to another job with a nice big resume, which is a glowing resume, or they lose everything and they fall off the map. And nobody wants to be the lose everything guy. So Arakoa, am I right? I actually got a complaint a couple days ago that I do these little economic asides during these streams. And so if you happen to be watching this far into this VOD, individual complained about that, I do apologize.
It's about time. Farewell.
How very noble of you to act as bait on my behalf. I will not forget this. You're welcome, Rashad. You're cool.
Farewell, my friend.
Probably dead, but still cool.
Yes?
To hold such a treasure. I wonder if the Sun Talent had any idea of its significance.
Goodbye.
Amazing. To think Tarok used this very orb to commune with Anzu. One could become quite the Dark Weaver with an implement such as this. Come, let's get it to safety.
Farewell for now.
Blasted things. Nothing more than flying rats, if you ask me. Bats are cute.
I will see you again.
Vale Tarok is just ahead. Let's hope others have made the journey safely.
Farewell, my friend. Almost there. Come along, Percy.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I wish we had more politics in Star Wars, but I know I'm in the minority on that. Give me more Andor, damn it.
Rastok, I need a shroud at that dig site. Kura, The shadows gather. Rashad, you survived Sketches. Yes, just barely. Are we late?
Yeah, it's called General Order. I forget the number.
Grow bolder each day. It's all we can do to keep Vale Tarok shrouded from them. Do you have the relics? Yes, and something unexpected too. We have much to discuss.
Ahem. It's called General Order. I forget the number, J. Palmer, but yes is the answer to your question.
Do not believe your eyes.
We owe you a great debt for delivering Rashad to us, Arcane Wake. However, our struggle has only just begun.
We hide no longer. The shadows are restless.
Have we ever seen it used on screen? I don't think so, no. Hello?
Can I help you?
One of those wretched creatures. These wretched creatures captured me while scouting the area. Now that you're here, Commander, we could really use your help back at base. Oh, and any way you could convince your friends to let me go? They won't let me leave.
Be careful.
Yeah, Ysgar, is there any chance you could let my scout leave?
Draw back the veil.
Let the prisoners go. Its master has earned a favor from us.
You need something?
Now, we maybe forget this little incident happened. Podrick and the other agents would never let me live this down.
See you later.
Southport lies not far from here to the southwest. No time for chit-chat. I'll meet you there, Commander.
See you around.
Thank you, Chris Vilker. As always. And if you give me a moment, I'll jot that down. I've also had people complain that I acknowledge and say thank you to donations on camera. To those people who say that, I say very simply, screw you. So that's going towards Baldur's Gate 3, Batman, Arkham Asylum, and Bioshock 2. Thank you again, Chris Vilker. I always had the weird impression they wanted to do more with Taylor. I don't know why that's a weird impression. Sorry, let me restructure that sentence. I've always had the very strong impression they wanted to do more with Taylor. Nice little outpost.
Greetings.
Hope everything's to your liking. It's been one hell of a job.
For the Alliance.
Attention! Commander's arrived. Salute! For Arcane Wake. For the Alliance! Yeah, I know exactly as Miristar. Because, well, we'll talk about it not too long from now. Nazgrim, remember, has left the narrative. He's dead. We killed his ass as a raid boss. But he had a hell of a send-off.
What can I do for you?
Commander, it's an honor. We're barely holding on, madam. We've got a week's supply at best, assuming we have any troops left to supply in that time. We have just enough material left to put up an inn or a trading post. The inn allows us to station reinforcements here, while the trading post allows us to supply routes with the outcasts. So let's see.
Have a good one.
Which building will we construct? The brewery gives us far away from home. It gives us a 5-minute cooldown teleport to the brewery and increases our experience gain while we're in the Spires of Arak. The smuggler's den opens up trade routes. It gives us smuggling run, which gives us a 10-minute cooldown to summon a rare goods vendor. Now, I've already done all the rare goods vendor stuff from that, so we're going to go and get the brewery, which will give our troops morale and bolster our forces. Boop. And this is the kind of stuff I wish they kept doing, honestly. Like, this is cool, if I could be blunt. God, look at the doodad details in this room alone. This is insane. This looks like this took a couple of days to make. Oh my god, look at all that. Hi, Talmurid. Wow. Yeah, the gnome just sitting on the table there, hanging out. Drunk soldier, dancing. Gotta have a drunk soldier. I like that guy. He's asleep with his head under the blanket. I don't know if that's deliberate or not. It might just be... Well, no, it might be deliberate because that guy's over the blanket. Hello, Dakota. Wine, bread, meat, and cheese. Yep. Can we eat Arakoa? Asking for a friend. Also, one thing I like, this is shown on the Horde as well. We haven't shown this off as well, but you notice there's a decent spread of species here. It's not a great spread. We're still dominantly humans, but it's nice to see something other than just humans everywhere. No. It's okay. The Arakko we kill is Miristar. We don't want to waste them. Right? I mean, they're already dead, and they're right there, and I swear I'm not a necromancer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey there.
Praise the light. I thought we were going to have to wait until a courier could reach you for a decision on this.
See you around.
Commander, I believe it's best for the safety of this outpost if we secure an ally. We've made contact with one of the outcasts, but he refused to make any promises of alliance without speaking to you first. The name is Duskseer Irizar. Did you speak with him?
Be careful.
You got it. Oh, hang on. First we got other quests.
Can I help you?
Admiral Taylor. Well, we might as well do that first, shall we?
Have a good one. Hey there.
Yeah, from this point onwards, the Horde is actually going to be rather racially diverse, which makes sense. It's a direct reaction to what happened with Hellscream, right? Not only did we have an increase in just orcs for a while, across 2 expansions, actually, but also we killed a lot of orcs in Pandaria. So it makes a lot of sense that we have a whole... Yeah, even the guards in Orgrimmar are all kinds of races now. It makes sense. Ahem. So there's several quests here. We're gonna beeline this one because we were just talking about Taylor.
What can I do for you?
Admiral Taylor was ordered to establish a garrison inland while we erected yours in Shadowmoon Valley. He is settled just a short ways north of here. The 2 of us could go there and borrow some supplies to tide us over to the next shipment. What do you say? I'm sure the Admiral will be thrilled to see you again.
See you later. Greetings. See you around.
Go to 0. Also, this song was turbo stuck in my head last night. A small note is tied to the Kaliri's foot. Percy should have brought with him a basket of goods, assuming he didn't dump it off somewhere along the way. The contents are a token of my gratitude and an apology for the altercation with your scout. I must urge you to return to Vale Tarak. We must press forward with our plans. Thanks, Rashad. Rashad's pretty cool, actually. I like him. In fact, I should jot him down as a character potential, because, yeah. Yeah, unlike the Horde Garrison song, which can go directly to hell. I actively dislike that song. Now we'll go and grab some random boss quests, just in case we have time while we're out there. Okay, let's go catch up with Admiral Taylor, shall we? I mean, the Arakko didn't have a great time of things in the Prime timeline, so... who knows? It'll be good to see Taylor again, though. Brian, it's me, Jasper. What happened to you?
Well met.
He has a debuff called Spectral Haze.
You need something?
What in the king's name happened here?
For the Alliance.
They're ghosts. All of them. Brian was one of my best friends. Something's clouding his mind. We need to snap him out of it, get to the bottom of this. He was always obsessed with his work. Maybe showing him one of his schematics would help. One of the laborers might have one.
See you later.
Probably Magister. There are several problems with this, though. Savor this for what it is. It's probably the only real story negative we're going to give the Spires of Arak. I have no memory of that in particular, Uthor, but I do know that Raytheon is actually present during a quest that's been removed from the game. It's a legendary chain. During one of the steps, if you look up, and you do have to look up, you'll actually see Raytheon hovering over there in his whelpling form. It is the only presence Raytheon has in released Warlords. To my knowledge. Oh, I have no idea, J. Palmer. I haven't even thought about that yet. Hey, Brian. Brian.
Greetings.
Yeah, during the ring quest.
Be careful.
What happened? Where am I? Jasper? Is that you? Recognize my schematic. That's anywhere. Thank you. I don't know what happened. My crew and I must have been the first to fall. My wife, the innkeeper, is in the same stupor that you found me in. I can feel it. And there are others with her. Please give the townfolk some peace and show their essences to my wife. That could bring her back from that cold abyss. And when you see her, tell her I love her. Dude, you're both dead. Go tell her yourself. I'm sorry, that sounds harsh. You're dead! And you died screaming. Alright, so for those of you who have not played this game before... No, they hadn't invented that yet. What do you think happened here? Whole town. Dead and ghosts. I guess outpost might be a better word, but still. Interestingly enough, that might not be true, Lord Aramon. I should mention this is before... So I wasn't joking earlier. This is before the modern version of the Shadowlands existed. That wouldn't be invented for a while, honestly. So this is still back in the original version of the Shadowlands, which is essentially just, you know... The same place, but also you're dead, right? And then there's the passing on to either the light or the dark. And yeah, type 2 undead definitely exist in this setting. That would be natural undead. So if all of these people died particularly badly, it is possible that that's what's happening here. Yeah, we specifically sent Taylor to set up a garrison. Yes, Uthor is actually correct. They invented the modern version of the Shadowlands during BFA. In fact, we actually have pretty detailed information on that. It was one of the ideas of Jackass Face, which he either never fleshed out, which is likely given his writing style, or it's also possible he just never wrote down or told anybody what his plans were for the idea. So they just kind of ran with it once they got to Shadowlands, which already had, you know, the whole new Shadowlands idea, and then promptly threw it out the window. Afrasiabi is Jackass Face. Probably pronouncing his name wrong and really don't care. As we'll see when we get to Shadowlands, a lot of those ideas... Yeah, that's him. I don't even have to look at the image. That's him. A lot of the ideas of Shadowlands were the beginnings of ideas that were then immediately dropped because it was just such a burden and a hassle. However, for obvious reasons, Jackass Face himself isn't exactly answering questions or interviews. And, well, frankly, he's one of the only ones who actually knows. So a lot of that stuff we'll never know. It's probably one of the biggest reasons, regardless of the actual events, why they decided to go ahead and just torpedo most of that stuff. Like, imagine... Let me use a specific example. Imagine for a moment that Huthor has a story idea for a rewrite of World of Warcraft. And he's like, alright, I've got this idea. And he mentions, like, 2 or 3 ideas... And then, like, he goes off and strangles puppies to death. And it's like, oh my god! Okay, we fire Huthor because he's a horrible human being. We get him the hell out of the office. But now we've got this like, story idea, which we know nothing about, and have no idea what to do with. So what do? Well, you conclude the story arc as quickly as possible and move on from it. You really have to understand... I know I keep talking this up, but you have to understand how crazily distanced Dragonflight was from Shadowlands in every way. The marketing, the push, the way that they announced it, everything about the quest, especially the initial quest, you know, the quests that the majority of players are going to see, everything they did was very, nope! It just shoved Shadowlands into the corner as hard as they possibly could. Now, there has been several elements of Shadowlands that have been cherry-picked out of it, and those have been acknowledged and addressed, but overall, they've been doing some very stark distancing.
I supply only the finest goods. Have a good one.
Everything is so hazy. What happened? Who are you? Where's Brian? We're dead? I remember... Watch Commander Branson told us to stay at the inn. He said he'd be safe here. Then that thing broke through and slaughtered everyone. Last thing I remember seeing is it descending into the larder. Sorry. Wait, I'm staff. I'm the commander. So there's Watch Commander Branson. The guy who's told them to hide in the inn so they'd be safe. Yeah, I'm sure Huthor will be amused by this sentence, but one of the best possible things they could have done, in my opinion, is to completely eject huge quantities of Shadowlands from canon and just ignore the continuity of it. And appropriately enough, that is what they have done so far. So, Watch Commander Branson says, "You will not interrupt the Master's plans." And then when we kill him, he says, "I was promised eternal life." Is it dead?
Step on up.
I will convince the others of our fate. There's no denying it anymore.
See you later.
Wait, I remember something else. Sir Edward was shouting for someone? I remember who? There were so many screams.
Safe travels.
Right, let's figure out who this Edward is and what's going on there. I like what they did with Sylvanas in several ways in Shadowlands, and I know how contentious of an opinion that is. We'll get there when we get there. Hang on. Let me kill this villager in the middle of my barracks here. Actually, we do. I'm doing Arak second because, frankly, I think Arak fits better done second. However, canonically, we do Shadowmoon, then Gorgrond, then Talador, then Arak. So they were building this place across those 3 zones of content. Whoops.
What can I do for you?
If there's any other day, I'd have you court-martialed for being out of uniform.
For the Alliance.
Traitors, the lot. You're looking at the last bastion of forces still loyal to Admiral Taylor and the Alliance. I'll be damned if the defectors get away clean. You look like you're ready. Show them how we deal with their kind during times of war.
Go with honor, friend.
So, canonically, Frostfire is happening at the same time as Shadowmoon, but as I've already pointed out, that actually doesn't make a lot of sense. Allow me to show you my personal preferred order of events. It is, in fact, the order we did in the lore run, the Lorecraft, and we'll be doing here. Shadowmoon happens first, then Arak, and these are both decisively Alliance. They're much more Alliance-oriented stories, and it's literally right frickin' there. There's actually paths from Shadowmoon to Arak. So, these happen first, and then, while they're starting to get ready to move up into Talador and start doing the initial Talador stuff, the Horde hits Frostfire and does the events of Frostfire, which, it's worth noting, happen in a very short period of time, canonically. It's basically a race through Frostfire Ridge. A very, very cinematic kind of a sequence, very roller coaster quest chain there. That leads into Gorgrond, or more accurately, the southern half of Gorgrond, which leads immediately into Talador. The 2 sides meet up in Talador, and both sides push west into Nagrand. We knock over the Ogres, we knock over the Warsong, and then all that's left is the Blackrock, which is northern Gorgrond. After that, we finish up into Non-Jungle, and we're done.
I'm kind of busy.
The armory is lost to the traitors. All we have left are a few cannons and no ammunition. I need you to recover cannonballs. Okay.
Have a good one.
I can do that. I'm going to say something kind of weird here. Sylvanas just being a straight-up villain is something I like, but just killing her off as another bad guy would have been pretty boring, to be blunt. It really would have been just Garrosh too, and she was already kind of Garrosh too, and in several respects. Actually doing something with her is... Yeah, no, Sylvanas has always been a villain. Since Warcraft 3, Sylvanas has been a villain. But actually doing something with her is far more interesting to me. For all the many issues I have with Shadowlands, that's not one of them. Weirdly enough. Frankly, I wish they did more with the arc they started in Shadowlands. No, these are just straight up ghosts, look. We're just trying to figure out what's happening here. That's really our only goal here. Having Sylvanas be the villain instead of the jailer. Yeah. I'm with that. We were talking about that. In fact, as I've pointed out before, if you eject the jailer, just straight up nuke him from canon, it changes astonishingly little from the narrative. Don't mistake me, there would be some holes that would need filling. But, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're talking about Shadowlands again. If it makes you feel any better, it's kind of relevant to the quest chain we're doing right now. Maybe? Listen, Krakenson, it was always me. Well, Loke. So, necromancy is usually frowned on in this setting. Actually, we know the exact moment in time in which that happened, J. Palmer. It was when we defeated the final boss of Legion. So, you know, a few months before BFA got started.
You're getting on my nerves. Be careful.
Wait, I remember. I'm sorry, Miss Claudia.
Greetings.
Well fought for the Alliance. We need to help Taylor. Admiral Taylor had figured out who was behind all this. He told us to save all he could. He wanted to handle matters himself. We never heard from him again, but we have our orders. By the way, notice he gives a weapon from the Jade Forest for helping Taylor. It's actually called it's actually called Admiral Taylor's Staff of Wisdom. And the inscription on it says, "A faded note is attached. No hard feelings." So there's Admiral Taylor. As you have probably already guessed, he is extremely dead. So there's Alice Finn, there's Brian Finn, there's Lady Claudia, and there's Sir Edward. And there's Taylor. Nephile betrayed me, slaughtered my men, and turned them against my... You have heart, Taylor. I'll give you that. I suppose there's not much point in disguises anymore. Now, Admiral, it's time I finished what I started. Why are we just watching this happen? We're right here. Why are we just standing here? Game. Game. Game! Okay, now we can kill him, now that we've killed his buddy. You're a fool, just like Taylor. I turned Taylor's followers against him. Maybe I'll pay your garrison a visit next. The Dark One promised me so much, if I succeeded.
Good to see you, friend.
For one commander or another, thank you. We've been through a lot together, haven't we? Bashir, Jade Forest, Lion's Landing. I am truly honored I could end my journey by your side.
Remember, the king is counting on us.
Goodbye, Taylor. And Taylor has just left the narrative. In a dumb side quest, teasing something that has never been followed through on in the, 10 years since this came out. Who's the file working for? What happened here? Who killed these people? We have no idea. To this very day, and I have looked this up recently, we still don't actually know what's going on here. Negative to story. God damn. Screw this quest chain. I'm Alcor. And thank you, Ocean Gaming, for the sub. As always. It was the jailer! It was the jail. He was behind it. He knew. In an alternate dimension, in the past.
What can I do for you?
Yep, they're all dead.
Have a good one.
Cool. That's a good point. Taylor rhymes with jailer. That's it, J'accuse! Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, by the way,
This land tests us, friend.
he just joins our garrison now as a ghost.
The soldier's duty is never done.
He just sticks around as a garrison. We'll also have a monument to Admiral Taylor now. I would probably think it's a lot more cool, Loke, if, you know, we had any idea what was going on, other than we decided to kill off Taylor and turn him into a garrison follower. In that order.
Can I help you? Be careful. See you around.
It's a good point. I want Nazgrim's head on a stick as a weapon. I can just whap. So I gave that 3 negatives. One is because the quest chain itself is frankly not very well written. There's not much of a mystery, and and the mystery doesn't pay off in any meaningful manner. I give a second negative because of the fact that it's just this dead-end, nowhere-nothing story that has nothing to do with anything at all and never is followed through on, ever. I give it a third negative because of what it did to one of the major recurring cross-expansion characters we've had. Like, we don't have many of those, aside from the main characters. And even, frankly, most main characters don't have much presence in the story yet, either. Oh, no, it's a cool idea, Loke. It's just... what we would have to do is we would have to establish how these people are ghosts. Because my first thought when you said that is, yeah, sure, let's go ahead and establish what do you call it? Like a Scourge playable race, right? But having playable ghosts, probably type 2s, to be very clear. Okay. Oh god, that could be it as Miristar. I didn't even think about that.
Be with you, goddess.
Yes, Kraken-san. Now, there's going to be a couple of exceptions to that, but for the most part, we've been bouncing around to different characters. Yeah, armor would have to be hand-waved, because ghosts can't equip things. We could hand-wave it. I mean, necromancy is a cottage industry. Oh, and the other thing I was going to say, look, sorry, I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence because we walked into Taylor. The other thing I was going to say is one of the good things to come out of Shadowlands is the idea that necromancy is not inherently evil. I know that sounds weird, but the way they approach it is interesting. Basically, what we've seen for the most part is horrifically evil people using necromancy. But necromancy itself is not inherently evil. It's just another thing, right? As I've said many, many times, it's entirely possible that you know, Death Knights and people raised up into undead would be fine. They weren't because the people doing them, that was like the Lich Kings, for example. We actually have evidence of this even before we get to Shadowlands, because one of the reasons you can play as Death Knights for allied races is that the third Lich King is regularly raising up people, willingly, into Death Knights so they can continue to help serve against the coming darkness. Yes, that's true. It's also not inherently a death thing. To use one specific example, God, this anger is really expanding over here. Kalia is is an undead who was raised into undeath by the light, specifically. I think it was the light. Pretty sure it was the light. So, yeah, all we'd have to do is have, you know, not evil necromancers, which at this point should be not a particularly big ask. And let's say that you are a such and such adventurer or soldier, and there is a checkbox you can tick that says, feel free to resurrect me into an undead after I die. And it can be something they check on your tags as they go through the bodies. Interesting. So, welcome to the most side quest we have in the Spires of Arak. Let's just try to run through these really quick.
Well, spit it out!
How you doing, friend? Welcome to the finest garage in Draenor. Right, negative story. You need repair work on your tri-cot rod, shredder, flamethrower, rocket sled. We got the best. In fact, you might say we got the market cornered.
Have a good one. Keep it real.
You seen the fungus out in the water? It's growing faster than a baby Ravasar from Unguro. If we don't get it under control, the Gearworks is going to be ruined like our last village. Your last village? Uncle Crixley used to tell me to burn away the red fungus because that's what makes it grow so fast. He'd help us out by taking a flame blaster, clearing out some of those spores over there.
Glad I could help.
Hey, how you doing?
We got an emergency. A bunch of spore drifters have infested the shore and tore up our spore begone turrets. We're caught with our armor off here. If we don't get those turrets back online, those spores are going to float right into town. We'll have another pinch whistle point on our hands.
Keep it real.
That sounds actually horrific. Like I said, Uthor, negative to story, moving on. I'm going to try not to hammer the point each and every single time it shows up from now on. It's just every time we see some nonsense, like an entire freaking camp of goblins who established an entire garage to just make money in Draenor, I'm just going to give it a negative to story and I'm going to move on immediately. This will be happening in every zone, by the way. Oh yeah, who are they selling to? This is Arak!
Yo!
Those creatures out in the shallows keep busting the turrets as fast as we can keep them operational. I'm supposed to go clear them out, but my blaster's completely busted. Damn thing can barely light a candle like this. Could you do me a favor and go kill those pests while I get my blaster fixed?
Glad I could help!
Sure. I'm not sure I do the other world thing, Loke, but I like the general idea. I have to admit, I'm probably the only person in the world who actually finds the idea of undead politics fascinating. As I've talked about, and as has actually come up in this very game, when you die and then keep going, rights and ownership get a little bit muddled. Because, for fairly obvious reasons, you know, generally speaking, when you die, most legal concepts go away with regards to you. This just happens to be a setting in which you can get right back up again. That's right, Dakota. I forgot about that until you mentioned that. I wonder if they were ever planning to do anything with that. I would say of the classes and specs we've shown off so far, the ones that work best for me in terms of viscerality are probably, in no particular order, Demonology Warlock, Fury Warrior, Retribution Paladin, and Wind Waker Monk. Of course, what's funny is if they were to legalize, being dead, what they would probably have to do, and I don't even mean probably, there would probably be like a brief inter period there, where a lot of people are taking advantage of the fact that there's no real legal groundwork for being dead, and then fairly quickly thereafter, there would become a legal groundwork for being undead. Glacial Spike is awesome looking, J. Palmer. Unfortunately, I'm actually deliberately not getting it this time around, because we did that before. So I'm trying another build, but I do agree that Glacial Spike looks awesome. Feels awesome, too. It has really good oomph, because it hits like a goddamn truck. That's another thing. I hate to keep complaining about this, but, like, the goblins are selling to whom? So, first of all, how are the goblins here at all? How do the goblins have all kinds of stuff here in order to be able to set up this whole outpost and base and repairs and parts and all that fun stuff? Then, who are the goblins selling to, which is the only reason for being here, and why is this Zanger-infested hellhole the place that they are insisting on holding on to, despite it being a Zanger-infested hellhole? They're probably spending more of their time and money just staying ahead of the curve here. Ashford doesn't even exist in lore, so don't even give me that crap. So, necromancy converts you into a new form of life, whereas resurrection reverts you to a previous form of life. Simplest way to describe the difference, Magister. Like, but if I resurrect Bob and then I bring Bobette back as an undead, both of them are still themselves and have their minds and have their souls and all that fun stuff, assuming I do it right anyways. But Bob is just back to being a human, whereas Bobette is now an undead human. The Loa of capitalism. Oh, God help us if we ever have a Loa of capitalism.
Yo! Be good!
Hey, you got the dispensers going. Nice job, babe.
Have a good one!
Lemmy's gun broke down again, I take it. Good job covering for him. I could use more workers like you.
Be good!
Welcome, friend.
Hey, good job out there. I could have done it better myself. Fireproof Venture Company Rose. Disclaimer, fireproof claims have not been independently validated.
Be careful out there.
Oh, what was that? We got ourselves a crisis. Our Zeppelin, the Motherlode. No, not the Motherlode. Has crashed into the southern mountain range. It's supposed to be on an observation mission. What could have happened? Here, let's go figure out what happened.
Hurry back.
Oh, absolutely, Luke. Like I said, politics. Undead politics. Well, you can also resurrect someone as undead the moment they die, Krakenstein. In fact, we do that a lot. Are you gonna let me ride too? Nope. Okay. Well, I'll see you there then. Slobies. You're here just in time. Am I, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh my gosh, this is way worse than I thought it was going to be. I'm really going to need a hand getting the survivors out of here. Good thing I got you on the payroll.
If you ever need anything.
The debris is all over the mountainside. The survivors won't make it if we don't do something now. Here, take my bandages and go heal them.
Be good.
What's up?
Here's the situation. We need to get the salvage operation moving ASAP. But the ships went down right in the middle of a wasp nest. Oh, well, they're all dead then. The ugly bugs are all over the place, and I can't call my team in to start work until they're taken care of. Go kill as many as you can. I'll give you a cut on some of the haul.
Keep it real.
Sure. I think I broke every bone in my body. I think I broke some bones we don't even have names for. Yeah, what they could do, assuming they would ever do like an undead legal thing. Since you saved me, here's some advice. Stay away from Pinch Whistle Point. Okay. Obviously, they can never get away with making that kind of a thing in MSQ. But that could be the domain of side quests. I mean, Blue Dragonfly quest chain? Hello?
Pinchwhistle Point is crawling with the infected. I think the town's a lost cause. That sucks. Infected what, though? What are you talking about? Decoy Industrial Park. I'm so glad to see a face that's not covered in fungus. Pinchwhistle Point is completely lost. We only saw one guy who didn't look infected, but he lost control of the Zeppelin before we could make contact. How did you... Okay. $100 MSQ. Because it's not MSQ material, to put that as nicely as I possibly can. MSQ really should be the domain of the main story quest. And like it or not, reintegrating an undead nation into the setting is more a primary optional territory. Again, I use the Blue Dragonflight quest in Dragonflight as a good example of what I'm thinking. Amazing quest chain? Yep. Has relevance for the setting and moves things forward? Yep. Completely optional? Yep. Stupid wasp go. Why are these wasps? Frickin' wasps. I keep freezing them in midair. Don't think about that too much. Actually, yeah. The Dawn of the Infinite story is pretty relevant to things. Also includes a bit of what's going on with Eridicron. Completely optional.
What's up?
Good work. Once Gadswitz gets his team up here, we can get the crewmen back to the gearworks.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
That's how you do it. As soon as my crew gets here, we can start work. Here's your pay. Thanks for the job.
Have a good one.
Miss Kimsey, before we crashed, we saw one survivor. I think it was your uncle. Uncle Crixel! We gotta get out of the way. We gotta rescue him! Miss Kimsey's one tough nugget, but Pinchwhistle Point is too dangerous for her to handle alone. It'll be a catastrophe for morale if our boss gets infected. I need to get these crew back to the gearworks. I need you to go make sure she's alright. Her uncle's place is the tower on the other side of the oil fields. Yeah, by the way, I haven't even touched the surface of how stupid this is, because the real reason the goblins were here... Like, I'm sorry. I need to properly set this up, because you have to understand how monumentally dumb this is. Okay, so, we were all like, oh, it's really stupid that they were able to set up this hot rod spot here, right? You know, this is about the size of a normal town, right? We got a garage, we got a little inn thing. You get it. This is dumb. The fact that this many goblins were able to come through and set up this freaking gearworks here is dumb. But no, it gets much worse. Because in addition to the fact that they had an entire Zeppelin, how did they get a Zeppelin here? They also had this entire base, which was their first base, which they were using to drill for oil. Second, negative to story. Moving on.
Yeah, by the way, I also just gave 3 negatives to something which we haven't really talked about yet, but how does the Iron Horde have the Iron Star technology? Garrosh. Uh-huh. So you're telling me that Garrosh, I just want to be clear that we're talking about the same person here, Mr. somehow actually knew everything about the Iron Star technology and was able to replicate it from memory with none of the tools, expertise, or know-how. So that's 3 negatives to story. Where is this twit? There she is. Hey, you don't look infected. You must be the lady my niece is telling me about. Come on over. Yeah, by the way, I'm not referencing the book. We're not there yet. But there's a quest up here in the game. That counts. It's right up here. You can't see my mouse. Which actually specifically covers the moment of Garrosh coming through. He came with one other person. That's it. And he murdered that person immediately upon coming through. Frankly, the fact that Garrosh knew how to use the artifact that he came over with is also insane. But we'll get there when we get there.
Hey, how you doing?
I got good news and bad news. Good news is my uncle's alive. Bad news is his leg is injured and we're surrounded by infected. My hot rod wrecked. We gotta get him out of here.
Be careful out there.
Uncle Crixel's a tough one, but he won't be going anywhere with his foot with his leg broken. He has a flying machine he brought from Azeroth that he brought from Azeroth. How? When? Where? Hi, Steppenwolf. Thank you for the sub, as always. Now, I really should be just doing this. Because, how are the goblins here with an entire base? Because it's Outland. How did he bring an entire Zeppelin over here with him? Because it's Outland. This is the answer. This is the answer to all of this. Too many of these story beats, too many of these arcs, and the quest design for them, all the stuff that's done, years in advance, was all written out when this was still Outland. All of this makes tremendously more sense if it's just Outland. And there's no alternate timeline. And there's no past Draenor. It's just Outland. All of a sudden, everything lines up perfectly. Funny how that works. Thank you again, Steppenwolf. Much appreciated. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Give me 1 second, please. I should mention we don't know with 100% certainty that it was supposed to be Outland, but it was supposed to be Outland. Everything indicates that this was just supposed to be Outland. And they changed their mind for whatever reason.
If you ever need anything.
That I forgot to read the rest of the quest. Sorry, hang on. So, he brought that flying machine to Outland. I'll need some parts to fix the thing. My car's wasted, but those broken shredders just outside of town should have what we need. We don't have time to break them down by hand, so use this rocket launcher and blow them apart. Anything that survives should be strong enough to use on the engine.
Time is money, friend.
That flying machine's our ticket out of here, but its fuel tank is bone dry. We're next to the oil fields, but with the infected out there, we don't have time to run a lineup, so we need to improvise. The oil creatures moving next to the pumps out there are full of highly potent mixture that can drop right in the tank. Give me some of that oil. We're one step closer to getting out of here.
Hurry back.
Time is money, friend.
What's the mechanism, Puthor, if you don't mind sharing? Remember, I haven't even been out there yet. Look, I didn't tell Kimsey about this because I don't want to hurt her feelings. I chose not to leave Pinch Whistle Point. See, I've been working on a serum that I think should cure the infected. When I tried to test it got surrounded, injured my leg. I know I'm on the right track, but I needed you to do a test for me. Do a favor. Do me a favor. Take this vial out, try it on one of the infected.
Be good.
So we do know about the Mongol horde in the sense that they were kind of throwing around ideas casually in the writer's room, and it never actually went anywhere. Jesus, fuck. No, hang on, Luke. Hang on. So we get to interact with the Ghost Nation, discover a cartel or hidden group. They're trying to discredit them. Why? They could prevent the Integration Alliance. Your goal is to take that group down and reveal them what they are. If you want to evil, join forces with them. Nah. What I would do, make it Zealots of the Light. Make it people who are a little bit too light, if you catch me. Yeah, the Mongol Horde idea never went anywhere. By contrast, a lot of this expansion makes more sense if it's Outland. We do know that one of the original ideas was they were going to do an Outland overhaul similar to Cataclysm. We also know that they walked away from that specifically because of reaction to the Cataclysm. Oh no, the Scarlet Crusade is dead, so we can't reuse them. Yeah. Oh my god, freaking goblins. I would have liked that too if, you know, so like I said, the Scarlet Crusade is gone, J. Palmer. And I'm going to stand by that sentence. There's also the one woman in Legion, but that doesn't prevent the Scarlet Crusade from being gone. That would be interesting. That would be a fascinating story arc. Hear me out here. Let's have our cake and eat it too, shall we? What if the Stormwind aristocracy is trying to dump money into essentially revitalizing the Scarlet Crusade, right? Hang on, hear me out. And one of the reasons they're doing so is because they're racist, bigoted jackasses who are evil. I know, hard to believe. And we end up fighting against that, of course, in order to help our new allies, these poor victim ghost people. And as a result, we end up kind of knocking over the aristocracy and wiping them out completely. And then we have a follow-through quest, more optional. Like, you know, we've got, like, the shield quest, but then there's, like, another side quest on the side, which is dealing with the consequences of that. Right, I'm not supposed to kill you. There we go. That did not work. Okay. And Stormwind is now having trouble functioning without its aristocracy, and so they have to do something new and different other than just having a bunch of rich people who are in charge of everything. And you already see where I'm going with that. By the way, fun fact. This whole area here is completely overrun by the Zanger, which I make the point of because it is not overrun by the Overgrowth. We won't really be seeing them until Gorgrond. Damn it, go away. Nobody cares about you. Stop killing me. Oh, God. Stop killing me. Thank you, random druid. Random Kultiran druid. Thank you. I know this sounds weird, but I shy away from giving options to players in an MMO. I know that... I know. That's a really dangerous territory to lean into. The moment you start doing it, players are going to start expecting it, and that creates a very dangerous and unpleasant precedent. Oh, by the way, you just saw how good the sharing is in action. This random person who's not in my group, was looting some of these things and it wasn't despawning them. That's one of the new forms of sharing tech that Pax and I refer to as doesn't despawn. Yeah, you want the evil option? Go play on a PvP server. With the rest of the slime and the scum! Or, sorry. We'll call it the Mos Eisley server. Actually, so I was going to say... hear me out for a second. Because I can tie this into character bits, too. Obviously, I like the idea of Stormwind no longer being an oligarchic monarchy. I mean, an absolute monarchy, which is functionally run by an oligarchy. But hang on. Gets even better. So Anduin would love that. And there would probably be pressure on the other races to try and adapt, especially since Stormwind has so much influence on the other races politically and economically. Which means the dwarves might be a little bit less inclined to keep doing this whole absolute monarchy thing, which would then tie into Dagran's story. And Dagran would love that. Like, he'd just be like, oh, thank God. I mean, yes, of course. I'd never think to shirk my... Yeah, no, we could keep having this have domino effects on other character stories and on other political stories throughout the course. Like, some people have this weird thing where they think that a political story can't be a character story. No. I got this.
What's up?
The serum did what? I must use too much growth hormone. Maybe the mixture just needs to be shaken prior to dosage?
Have a good one.
Interesting. Glad I could help.
Got any pots for me?
Be good.
Great work. Give me some time. I'll have this thing ready to roll out. Fungal-resistant slippers. Disclaimer. Fungal-resistant assertions are subject to patent approval.
Keep it real.
Yes, I know. Thank you, game.
Have a good one. Pleasure doing
That's revolting. Absolutely disgusting. Infuriating evil. Even. I'm talking about seeing the spore creatures walking around. While I'm working on the machine, why don't you go kill some of those? I'll feel better about the fact there's less of those things moving around.
Have a good one.
Yeah, everyone's like, who's Dagran? Don't worry about it. We'll get there.
Time is money, friend.
We've seen all the fungus on the buildings in Pinch Whistle Point. It's only a matter of time till it releases enough spores to infect the whole coastline. The remaining infected that are in Pinch Whistle Point will be too far gone for us to save later on, so let's do the right thing and put them out of their misery, prevent an even worse outbreak. Set up some fire bombs. I'll need you to place them while I set up the detonator.
Keep it real. Be good.
The infection's getting stronger, so I made some adjustments, and I'm pretty sure I have the right formula now. It should work, but I need to have less competition with the infected blood for it to have any effect. That means you need to weaken them before you apply it. Okay.
Have a good one.
I can do that. Have you done the Gilneas quest, Breglin? The very recent one? Okay. Well, I won't say anything then. Now let's beat some blood out of you before I cure you. That's the video game way right there. Oh, wow, my head hurts. Whoa, okay, murdered. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill you so hard. Yeah, honestly, the Gilneans basically don't exist as a polity anymore. Like I said, we'll cover that when we get there. I believe that's a Dragonflight quest chain. Just noticed they have all these spores around their heads, too. Don't die, don't die! God damn it! Stop dying, you coward. I like the quest chain. That's all I'll say about it right now. We'll get there. We'll see how it reviews. There we go. Cured! Can now to murder the rest. What would people not like about it? You know what? Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Getting ahead of ourselves. Getting ahead of ourselves. As Miristar, you are not allowed to like story in WoW. It is not acceptable. Wait, seriously, Uthor? I should mention I did that quest on my horde. Because of course I did. Like... I don't even have words. That's right, it's Miristar. Oh yeah, Shaman's in a pretty good place right now, I'd say. I enjoyed it pretty thoroughly, and I will enjoy it again when we play it again for Warlords. Sadly, we've already played a Shaman for Southern Kalimdor, but whatever. No, look, I don't think they should be the ones to push that idea. I think it should just happen naturally. If anybody should be the one to specifically introduce that idea, it should probably be Anduin himself. Not only the king, but also the guy who doesn't want to be. Oh man, the Raytheon quest in Mirajacil, yeah. There's some good chains in Dragonflight. Really? God damn it. Sorry, I'm running into a bit of a hashtag other players problem here. Despite my earlier assertion, I was going too slowly, and that's my fault. By the way, I love how their garage is so completely overrun with fungus. Look at that. Can't even see into the garage, barely. Could you stop, like, trying to kill me, please? Thank you. The only lore-relevant thing I could say about this whole chain is this is a good example of why the Zanger won in our timeline. Because, well, the Overgrowth is driven by sentience, for lack of a better way to put that. In other words, there is an intelligence behind the Overgrowth. There's people who are pushing that whole concept. The Zanger is just natural. It's just fungus that spreads, because that's what fungus does. And something always amused me about the fact that the Zanger tends to win that conflict. And again, is the one who actually won that conflict in our timeline. By the time we get to BC, that's to say Outland, the Overgrowth is gone. Probably wiped out by the demonic horde, honestly. Yeah, Cordyceps wins. Pretty much. Oh, I'm dead. God damn it, stop dazing me. Yep, nope, I'm dead. Is it up here? Let's see it. You can really tell just the spore clouds hovering over the area here, can't you? Nope, there it is, right there. Yeah, breathe deep, breathe deep. I mean, that's why I mentioned the dwarves there, Luke. Now, the night elves are a little bit different. I'm not sure if they would go for something like a representative council. Gnomes would be fine with... Gnomes are already literally a meritocracy. So, that tracks, right? And I suddenly can't think of any of the Alliance races. I guess there's the Draenei. The Draenei are weird because they already had a council, the Exarch Council, for a really long time.
Yo! Be good!
Good work. Okay, I just need to finish setting up the ignition mechanism. Super sterilized blast guard wraps. Disclaimer, sterilization through cauterization. These disclaimers.
Keep it real.
Great work. I've already heard the survivors, and they're glad for a second chance at life. You made a real difference today.
Have a good one.
Oh, gosh. I'll take Fell Corruption. Thanks, J. Palmer. Of those three.
Hey, how you doing?
Ah, thank you. The less of those spore beasts around, the safer we all are.
Hurry back.
Hey, how you doing?
Alright, we've saved as many as we can, but now we need to make sure this disaster doesn't spread. Firebombs are wide and ready to go. Kimsey just got finished working the flying machine. You've done all the hard work. I think you should get the honors of triggering it.
Keep it real.
As I say, I don't think Velen had any actual direct political power. Everyone just listened to him because he was Velen. Kind of like Thrall right now, actually. Well, we successfully hit Airborne. Yeah, exactly, Wenlock. Makes sense. Velen's legit, as we've already shown. As much as I'd love to crap on this quest chain even more, because I love giving negatives, the truth is I actually like this little quest arc. The definition of a secondary quest chain, but it's actually pretty solid. It builds up appropriately, and I like the development of the Zanger, too. So, multiple negatives, but also a positive. Take it for what it's worth.
Interesting.
You did fantastic work. Everyone here at the Gearworks owes you. Here, I want to give you something. It's a blueprint for a salvage yard, which allows you to occasionally recover salvage from missions. Thanks.
Glad I could help.
You know, I've been thinking. I should come join you in your garrison.
Anything. Be good.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. The chain's fine. Weirdly enough. This is one of the reasons why I'm very curious how Warlords is going to score, because there's a whole lot of this is good and also bad. Just everywhere, really. That's going to be a very recurring thing. Let's see. Do we think we can take out a group boss by ourselves? I don't think we can, but I'm going to try. Actually, a boss that cannot be rooted. No, we managed it. Holy crap. That is an interesting question. Once again, I hesitate to put the player in charge of a council where they can't actually make any decisions. I don't think I'd have the player involved in the council in any real sense. Yeah, no rank. We're adventurers, champions, heroes of the Republic. I'm fine with all that, but nothing formal. The most I would go with, and actually I kind of like this idea now that I'm saying it out loud, is turning us into a Darth Vader for the good guys. The frontman, the agent, the heavy. Hey, we need to deal with something real. And that's when they call on us. I mean, hell, that's practically how WoW treats us anyways. Yeah, I've always liked the cat people. I forget what they're actually called. Saberon, that's them. Based off of the Worgen skeleton, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, by the way, you're probably wondering who or what are the Saberon. Good question. They're dead by the time of the Prime Timeline, so they were wiped out by something.
Can I help you? See you around. Farewell.
I like that. I didn't think you could kill the beast. Do you know who you're talking to, ma'am? No. Okay. I'll let it go. But I will not let go of Ventures. Thank you, Ventures. Always appreciate. Thank you. Oh, right. I need to see what Bregwin donated last night. Because I got that email in the middle of the night. He'll kill the Saberon off. The safe bet is always going to be the demonic horde. So this is the second time I've seen a donation from you in the middle of the night for $2, Bregwin. Give me a second. But it hasn't gone through Streamlabs. It's gone straight through PayPal. Yeah, there it is, right there. And there's no ID code, there's no message or anything attached to it. It just happened. So I have a real weird feeling that you have something set up somewhere. Oh! No. You're subscribed to me through Ko-Fi. I didn't even notice that. You can undo that if you want. Or you can put it towards something. That's up to you. I mean, it's whatever. Ventures, we'll put that towards Rogue Traitor, Aiden Chronicles, and saying hello to Evo. Hi, Evo. I think that's all the secondary optionally stuff for this zone. Let's go and hit up the MSQ, shall we? Let's get some positivity in here.
Shadows gather.
Ah, you're one of the people. What are you one of the people? You're the one your people spoke of so highly. We may discuss an alliance, but first... The stings! The cursed wasps drone day and night, and their constant aggression taxes me so. I shall do nothing about your offer until these nuisances are dealt with.
Tread carefully.
Okay, I can kill wasps. I will always kill wasps, because wasps must die. So, patch within, patch trail, and the awful block. Not all wasps? No, all wasps. All wasps. All wasps. There we go. Okay, they're all dead. They're all dead. We have wiped out all wasps. And we have wiped out every creature on the earth that does not make honey. Ugh. Mysteriously, some humans survived. All of those who worked at PayPal. Strange. Look, I think we can all live without tomatoes, if it means getting rid of the wasps. That's the deal, right? That's how it works. You have to give up something in order to get something. You know, the Italians are like, yeah, we're fine, what? We like Alfredo sauce. The rest of the world is like, no!
A dark wind is blowing.
Perhaps my rituals be undisturbed for a few nights at least. Your offer is intriguing, and I think we could come to an agreement.
The Talon King will guide us.
I will travel to your people to make arrangements soon. For now, be gone. Leave
Beware the burning sky.
Okay. God, I wouldn't even know what that feels like. A good night's sleep? No, I'm in my 40s. Of course, I've had a form of sleep problem ever since I was a child.
Hey there. Have a good one.
What's going on over here?
Great to meet you.
Hello.
Ulric's dying, Commander. He's been poisoned and he needs the antidote. One of your scouts reported seeing a shattered hand orc nearby not too long ago. I wager that's our best shot. There's a small Iroquois camp to the east that sits in a known shattered hand encampment. We should start our search there, madam. I've already spoken to your flight master about flying us out. Every second counts.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Just try drinking alcohol before I go to bed. That's a great idea. Chemical dependency? Nah.
How may I help? Alone light.
Also, I tried that. Once upon a time. Many years ago, admittedly, but I did actually try that. Didn't work. Give me a headache. Hey, Nordabe. Thank you, as always, for the sub. I will jot that down. Give me a moment. For Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, and Xenoblade 3. Sorry. 1, 2, and 3. Worse than I thought. They hit us here, too.
Great to meet you.
These corpses are definitely fresh. They couldn't have gone far.
See you soon.
We need to find the orc responsible for making the poison to make the antidote. Master assassins always leave their mark on their kills. It's a claim to fame. Trust me, this is the work of a master assassin. Let's split up, see if we can find some sign of the outcast corpse. I'll meet you at the bottom of the hill.
Safe travels.
Okay, well, let me just skip all these mobs on my way to the bottom of the hill here. I mean, fair to Koida, but even if it didn't cause a headache, it still didn't help me sleep, so it was kind of pointless to begin with. I will never forgive you, Evo. I know you were there with, like, the symbols, you know. What is CBD? And is it marijuana? Based on context clues. So, I am deathly allergic to marijuana? Like, can't breathe levels of allergic? So, I guess I can fairly say that no, I have never considered that. That's fair, Act, but honestly, I'd rather avoid that anyways. How do I know that? Shattered hand. Yeah, I have no judgment for people who do weed, but no thank you. Oh no, I've actually never smoked weed. I've never gotten that close to even trying. I'm one of those weird people who don't like being out of control of my own head in any way, shape, or form. It's one of the biggest reasons I've never been tempted to be to drink, for example. I don't do drugs, I don't do alcohol, I don't do anything, because I don't like being in an altered mental state. What is beam stuff? So I just avoid that as a general policy. But I am, again, not a particularly intolerant person, so when one of my friends decided to light up, I was just like, whatever. What I find wildly amusing in hindsight is that that friend was caught because I sort of was dying. Like, it was sort of unavoidable that he would get caught because I needed to be taken to the hospital. You know?
What can I do for you?
Did you find anything?
See you soon. Safe travels.
GV. We need a full name, a location. I have an idea for how we can find out. This is the last of my vile Arak and poison. We'll use it when we need to extract information from prisoners. Cut your weapon with it and go engage them. Engage them as normal. Demand answers. The poison will take care of the rest.
Keep your feet on the ground. Safe travels.
What the hell is beam? Wellness redefined. Science-backed products you'll love to use daily. So it's a scam. It's also plugged by YouTubers, which guarantees that it's a scam. And who killed the bot? No, bot's still operating. Nobody killed the bot. Bot's fine. Yeah, science-backed. Yeah, uh-huh.
Welcome. See you soon.
The Shattered Hand are no strangers to pain. They cut each other's... They cut off their own hands as a sign of their allegiance to Kargath. If you're gonna need information, it might take more than my poison. Just kill a bunch of them.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Handscaped is true. You don't understand. Whoa there. I was not ready for that, I'm gonna be honest. I, as always, the bot. I mean, there's two types of scams on YouTube when it comes to products that are pushed. There's scams, which, you know, don't work and therefore are, you know, exactly what they sound like. And then there's overpriced stuff. Raycons is the example I like to pull out for overpriced stuff. Because Raycons are overpriced, but they do work and they do exactly what they're supposed to do. So at the very least, they're not lying to you, they're just charging you too much. Different categories, you know? I was going to say, even if this beam stuff works, congrats, it's probably overpriced. There's no winning with anything that's sponsored. And that brings me to today's sponsor, M's. Okay, for real, if I haven't told you this story. So the reason I keep this little thing of M&Ms on my desk. So during Halloween, obviously we went out with the kiddos. I was dressed as a pirate, a really, really crude, ugly, fat, stupid, dumb, worthless, terrible pirate. And a regular thing at the end of the night is me and the adults all get like our tax for escorting them around and making sure that they get as much candy as they can. So I grabbed one random thing of M&Ms. Except the thing is, and I know you can't tell, but trust me, there's only one M&M in here. So I kept it because it amused me so much, because my tax for that was an M, just one M. And that amused me sufficient. So that's why it's in my little memorabilia section right there on my desk. I've had that M since Halloween, as I just mentioned. I'm gonna test my patience. Tell me who crafted the poison you wield. I took my own hand. You are nothing. Hey, remember this quest from Wrath? This quest that sucked in Wrath? Kargath will hang your corpse on his throne. Also, why would I eat it, Triaxia? Who's behind us? Where are they? Your poison is pathetic. It's one of the only individual quests we've given negatives, Magister. It was a very bad quest. Pain. It sustains me. You want pain? I'll show you pain. Yep, this is definitely pain. Doing this quest. That's the one, Magister. Who is Jiffy? His poison killed the Urka. Tell me. I live for pain. Your efforts are weak. Yes, more. Give me... I'm surprised he hasn't looped his dialogue yet. Honestly. Oh, nope, that's the first loop right there. That's true. If I get another M this coming Halloween, I will finally have M and M. Sure, Luther. What do you got? I got nothing else going on right now. Let's heal for a second. Oh, we finally did it. Holy crap. Oh, that looks cool. I like that. Our master's assassin is named Gardul Venom Shiv. He crafted the poison. He's at the camp down the road, but he'll never stop. And then he dies. Cool. I'm glad we got the intel before we murdered him there.
How are you?
Oh.
Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
What, Spartan? What? It's time to teach old Spartan a lesson. In pain. Oh, nice. I like it. Yeah, Crash looks good. Raised Dead has an animation? I guess it does. It's the... And then the corpse pops out. So, I'm going to tell you guys a story when we get to Legion, but all I'm going to say is that Arcane Mage... I've always wanted to play an Arcane Mage since Legion. I guess that's not always. Just because it looks cooler than the other mages to me. It happens that I actually really like Arcane Mage. That's nice. But that was the motive, is I just think it likes cool. It looks cool.
Well
because I
met.
like how it looks cool.
See you soon. Safe travels.
We need to take out Gardul and his poison recipe, but we still have the element of surprise. We need the recipe to figure out the antidote. This may be our only opportunity. Well,
See you soon.
let's go. Yeah, Arcane Mage looks really cool right now. I'll show it off at some point. Traitors, all of you. You've led the enemy to our doorstep. My lord, I... Oh, okay. I'll just kill you then. If that is your wish. Don't waste my time. But you are not getting away that easily, dude. I am a mage. Oh, come on. He vanished. Frickin' rogues. Yeah, Arcane Mage is I'm sorry, I really love Demonology Warlock. But Arcane Mage is probably right up there with Demo Warlock for me. Yeah, let's just eject rogues from the game. We have Gardul cornered. You have a much better chance against him than me. Take him out, grab the formula. Grab as many barrels of poison as you can carry. I'll stay here to make sure no reinforcements come to his aid. I admittedly have not played Diabolist. God damn it, Jeepo. Alright, hang on. We need to destroy J. Palmer. But first, I need to think about something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I don't actually get all those. So let's go with... Ooh, that's actually a tough one, because I want to go all the way down, don't I? Or... Yeah, let's go that way. So that means I don't actually need that. I also don't want that. So we can go this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we'll do that. Boom. Okay, sorry. Planning out. Thank you, Jay Palmer. As always. I didn't like Shadow Priest until we started seeing it high level. You remember that? When we really started getting up there and getting to the bottom talents, and it was just like, oh my god. And Shadow Priest just came right into its own. Not only did it look cool, which it did, but it just played really nice. Yeah, throwing black holes at people is just fun. I don't know what you want from me. Favorite orc clan? Ooh, let me think about that for a second. Hang on. LO, SPV3, Sky, Odyssey, and Seek and Destroy. So that's an odd question, because if you ask me my favorite kingdom, like Human Kingdom, I got that immediately. It's Stromgarde. That's who I used to play in Warcraft 2. I don't remember playing as a specific clan all the time over in Warcraft 2. Oh, you put Seek and Destroy. Oh, it has already been funded. God damn it. Yeah, let me kill this boss really quick. I just popped some buttons. He's dead. Boom. So which siphon filter? Because there's two. So I sort of need to know which one. Darkmare. Okay, so... Siphon filter, Darkmare. Done. And thank you. Favorite orc clan? I was going to say, in the AU, here, in Warlords, it's easily Blackrock. Like, Shadowmoon are interesting, don't mistake me, but they're a little bit ruined by what they did to Ner'zhul. Blackrock, on the other hand, is just solid, top to bottom. Like, I look forward to gushing when we get to Blackrock Foundry. Not just because it's one of the best raids in the entire game, But even from a purely story axis, it has some very cool stuff. So, in the original timeline, though, God. Which was the clan that had the black colors? It's one of the lesser clans. We don't really see much of anymore. I know who Thor. I know. Blacktooth Grin. That's them. That's my pick. Poison Barrel. Warning. Do not drink. Perfect work. I called in a ride for you back to the outpost when you're ready. We're in luck. The antidote is relatively easy to make. I've made a small amount with what I had on me. You should take it to Colruyt before it's too late. Okay. Let me go do that. Or actually, I could just hit this button. Boop. Yeah, that's the one. Where's the... Oh, there he is. Hey, dude.
What's on your mind?
Be healed.
I've the finest wares in the land. Watch your back.
And he gives us an outpost thing, which we have no use for. At all. Ah, Commander, I can't thank you enough. I'll get the old brewery up and running in 2 shakes of a Talbot's tail. And then she joins our garrison. What? I mean, no offense, Commander, but I don't trust your forces to keep you safe from shattered hand assassination attempts. Sure. You can join my garrison and keep an eye out for, you know, assassins, I guess. Who are you? And why do you have a robot bear?
Hi. Safe travels.
Okay.
What can I get for you today?
Oh yeah. I'm actually going to refuse to do that quest, just on principle. I also have the toy already. Laughing Skull. Yeah, Evo. What's the issue? Listen, we are the Horde. We like sleeping on iron beds filled with nails and poison, while people pour molten lava over our faces. So that's a quest to go kill a traitor to the Alliance. Someone who was trading information with the Horde. So we have to kill him, and in response we get a toy. So, actual MSQ now, finally.
Ah, hello. Farewell.
Thank you for returning to us, Arcane Wink. I must admit we are sorely in need of your help.
I will see you again.
By now you must be wondering about all this curse business. What could distort a majestic Oroco into this? He drags a crooked hand through the molted fetters about his face. A raven is prepped and waiting to fly you to Talon Watch. There shall your eyes be open to the origin of the curse. Present the Eye of Anza to the Talon Guard. He'll guard you from there.
Ah, farewell for now.
An important contact lives in the nearby Shadowglade. He is meek, but trains Kiliri of monstrous size, which are quite dangerous. They once claimed they can knock a Rylak out of the sky, but I'll believe that when I see it. Skizik is holding a valuable treasure for me. Seek him out. At the very least, see if you can recover the gavel I gave to him.
Goodbye. Do not believe your eyes.
Talon priests live among us in secret, guarding the rights of the Talon King's return. The adherent proclamation you acquired from Sketis
revealed 2 of them living in the Shadow Glade to the north. Orcs have moved into the region, and the Adherents' beam weapon left Vale Akraz a smoking crater. As you can see, my people are beset by enemies on all sides. Talon Priest Ishal survived at his hiding. Drink the elixir to find the shadows and make contact with him.
We hide no longer.
He is a traitor. We have to kill him because he trades information. I'm really not kidding. That really is the reality of it.
What are we without the sky?
I love how everything goes dark when you go below the veil and then bright and sunny as soon as you go above it. The contrast is a nice thing. Lighting brickwork? Oh yeah, Ashran, the place that doesn't even exist. Seriously, we're not even acknowledging Ashran as existing for this review. It doesn't. It's not there. It's a portal back to Orgrimmar Stormwind. That's all it is. No, Ashran is not in canon. Really, it isn't. Winter Grasp is more canon than Ashran. Rashad sent you. You must be very important. Or very dangerous.
The Talon King will guide us.
Is that what I think it is? We must get this to the Talon altar.
Keep to the shadows.
We will use this orb to contact Anzu, but first I believe its power can help us save lives here. The Adherents have been casting their enemies into the Hollow for generations. The pools carry Seeth's dying curse, crippling Arakoa with visions of darkness and intense pain. The mind reels, the body withers, and the wings the body writhes and the wings wither. Most Arakoa die, or go insane. Only the strongest resist. Seek them out, use the Eye of Anzu to help them return to their senses, but beware. The worshippers of Seeth also prey on the survivors who fill their wings. We are, let's say, about a third of the way through, Evo. We had a little bit of time-consumingness because, like it or not, the intro, you know, the non-jungle section over here, was actually pretty long, despite being this one relatively small section, and we had a lot to cover there. We've already smashed through all of Shadowmoon Valley. Talador is a half zone, so we'll be through that relatively quickly when we get there. And we're almost done with Arak. We might finish Arak before the lunch break. Frostfire Ridge will be meaty but smooth. Gorgrond is technically 2 zones, so we'll be doing that in pieces. Nagrand might take a minute, though. Nagrand has a lot of crap in it. Good and bad. And once we finish Nagrand and Gorgrond, we're kind of done. There wasn't a lot of patch content for Warlords.
A dark wind is blowing.
The blood of the dead god Seeth lingers in the pools here, and with it his hatred of Rukmar and Anzu. So strong was his hate it animates the blood even now, eons after slain by his fellow gods. I need the congealed blood that holds those spiteful creatures together. There's nothing the Adherents fear more than the power of this curse. So what if we could brandish it against them?
Tread carefully.
Okay, so getting back to the religious war. Yeah, there was an entire relatively lengthy quest chain with regards to the ring, and that's gone. Yep, someone steals our kill in Nagrand. And yes, I am upset about that. Not that he cheated, because that's irrelevant, whether he did or didn't. Yep, time to gather 5,462 Apexis crystals. What did Nobel do? Oh. Listen, going back and making quest chains that are MSQ relevant. Seriously, the ring chain has direct relevance to what's going to happen in Legion. I'll mention it when we get there. I mean, Locking MSQ behind that kind of stuff in general is sort of eyebrow-raising, but they've always done that. There's always been relevant story behind artifact stuff, or, excuse me, legendary gear. That was true in Wrath, that was true in Kata, that was true in Pandaria. And that's true in Warlords. Back in Wrath, we had the stupid mace, which was the Titan device, and we had Shadowmourne, which had insight into how the nature of Frostmourne worked. Over in Cataclysm, we had everything to do with Raytheon and the complete destruction of the Black Dragon flight, which is kind of a major sea change for the setting. And we had the follow-through of the death of Malygos with the Blue Dragon Chain, and more character bits for Caligos. In Pandaria, of course, we have the cloaks, which also has a direct reference to something that they wouldn't reveal to us until we actually read the Chronicles book. But they do reference it very directly in the quest chain there. It also is where we learn about the nature of why Lei Shen was so damn powerful. All the stuff I told you about how he had absorbed both a Keeper and a Titan soul. And then, of course, the ring chain has to do with Khadgar and Cordona, and Gul'dan, and Garona. Also true, Magister. Cabbages, cabbages, barely even human. Sorry. Well, that's an interesting question, but yeah, the answer is supposed to be blood. It is specifically magically infused blood, Loa blood, to be more precise. So, in other words, what we're looking at here is more or less literally mojo. I wonder if they even leave. Yeah, bird mojo.
What are we without the sky?
My attempts to bottle the pooled blood have failed. It breaks down and dissipates when taken away from Seeth's bones. I have high hopes for this congealed form.
Beware the burning sky.
Excellent. Go and drop those into the cauldron. Sure.
The Talon King will guide us.
Yep, the Talon King is cool. So I should mention, for the 5 of you who actually paid attention to the lore back in BC, hi, I'm one of the 5. All of this was fascinating because the Arakoa did have a story arc back in BC, such as it is. Down here, we had, of course, the Sethic Halls, but also over here we had Sketties. Check it out. And there was a quest chain, which I think exactly 0 people did, where you could go through a whole quest chain in order to finally summon Tarok, the Talon King, who had gone insane with rage and hatred and decided to kill everyone, and he was super evil and yada yada yada. That's mostly it, to be quite honest with you. That was about the extent of the lore there, but there was that, and there were inferences that there was more going on with them and that they had given into the void, because there was a thing over here in Shadowmoon with, it doesn't even have a name here, but, you know, the ones who were summoning the totally not old god. There was the stuff down here in the Den of Helesh. There were a couple of things here and there. I even referenced it during the Lorecraft, because I mentioned during the BC section, I'm like, remember this for later. And then, like, 50 episodes down the line, I'm like, so you remember that plot point I mentioned, right?
Shadows gather. Beware the burning sky.
The Sethig are breeding vile wind serpents from seethed blood and bones. With these creatures, they'll tear apart the sky. The nests are protected by powerful magic, but Anzu's gaze should penetrate them. Let's visit these nests and destroy them. Many years have passed since anyone's been in contact with Anzu. He faded away, as Tarok did, to take refuge in the shadows. If we coax him back, we should make an offering. Seethe took the sky from us. It seems fitting to take the wings of his children.
Tread carefully.
It's also worth noting everything we're dealing with here is not myth, but actual stuff that happened. As is obvious by the fact that this very cursed area is actually still here. And still cursing people. In fact, very rarely, occasionally you'll see an Arakoa, a high Arakoa, fly overhead and drop someone into the pool, which will then turn them into a low Arakoa. I'm actually weirded out we haven't seen one yet. I remember seeing it a bunch when we were doing this last time. Yeah, all of this area fell into the Nether. There's an implication that all of the High Arakoa died from one thing or another. So only the ones who hid in the shadows, you know, these guys, actually survived the demonic horde. It is also possible that Arak was part of, like, how do I put this in words? It's possible that they were there and they were fine, and then Ner'zhul tore the planet apart. And they fell into the Nether along with, you know, all of the Spires. That would be a fun sensation, wouldn't it? Imagine being part of a continent. Imagine being on a continent that's tumbling into the Nether, and being on the part that doesn't make that trip intact. So you and the ground underneath you just dissolve into the Nether. Then again, maybe Arak survived its transition and it's just floating out there as an island. Who knows? In killing Seethe, Anzu was the first to bear his dying curse. That's a good question, J. Palmer. It's worth noting, and we know this, Outland itself was falling apart. It took concerted and serious efforts from an entire group of druids, and probably some shamans as well, if we're being honest with ourselves, to make Outland sustainable, to make Outland not fall apart, right? So, it's been a while. It's entirely possible that any other chunks that survived out there aren't there anymore. Now, that would be an interesting story thread, though. Let's go with the ogres specifically, right? So imagine the ogres, who aren't exactly unknown in the magical arts, but are on their continent floating out in the wild. And they recognize that it's falling apart, and they don't have the druidic and shamanistic magic necessary to try and terraform the place sufficient to retain its form. They're also probably running out of things like food and water. So, they bail. They know portal magic. In fact, ogres are actually well versed in portal magic, especially Gorian ogres. As he grappled with the curse, Anzu commanded his dread ravens to eradicate the brood of Seethe. In one bloody night, the children of Seethe were eradicated. Let us make for Talon Altar. Really? So, okay, that's interesting. For those of you not aware, Ashran does have the tiniest threadbare tidbits of what could be considered possibly maybe a story, and that is that they're both fighting over some big artifact. Huh. Oh, hello. Your arrival is timely, mortals. The Sethic must be stopped. Talon Guard, rid of the altar beneath the broken spire. Hero, meet us there when you've broken the cult.
His curse has not broken me yet.
Ickis, you remember him? He's the boss from Sethic Halls back in BC. Was once a respected sage among the adherents, but his search for the truth of Terok's fall led to his own banishment. Ickis became obsessed with Tarok, even claiming to be the Talon King reborn. He commands the Sethic, promising untold power in a new age of darkness. Know this, Ickis is no Talon King. Slay the delusional fool, and search him for anything useful. He's known to have trinkets!
Keep to the shadows.
Even in death, Seath exerts influence. The Sethic cult was born of his influence, led by a false king in service of a dead god. Silence their prophets. They seek a future of black seas and blighted skies. Defeat their chosen champions, for they have pledged themselves to a lie. I cannot defeat this curse, and long ago resigned myself to rest in darkness, but the Sethic are performing dark rituals to draw me back, slowly binding me to Seath's will. Should they succeed, Seath would have drawn a dark cloak across the horizon and bathed the world in his blood. Disrupt their rituals so I might return of my own free will. And then we will bring an end to Seath's return. I don't remember what it's called. I have it. Is that it? Yeah, there it is. I'll just hop on Anzu here. There we go. I know it's not actually Anzu. No, I don't know. What's it called, Giovanna? You gotta understand, I have a lot of mounts. Oh yeah, so this is actually kind of an interesting section here. I'll give them this. This isn't quite member berries. It's leaning that direction, but it's clever enough that I'm kind of okay with it. All of the trash here is based off of the trash from Sethic Halls, which, if you remember, was actually some pretty well-designed trash fights. There it is. Apparently I do have this. Doesn't surprise me I would buy the collector's edition of Warlords after Pandaria. Yeah, I've only gotten a few collector's editions over the years. I probably never will again, honestly. I'm not made of money. And they tend to give really crappy bonuses for collector's editions nowadays. Trinkets! Even has the same damn mechanic from his boss fight. Oh, that's cool, Duke Palmer. Don't do it, Venters. Don't do it, Venters! No! They even give us a pillar to work around with. The blood of Seath is a gift, not a curse. We will show them all. Are you sure about that, dude? Okay, got him. I gotta write this down. Hang on, so that's going towards Aiden Chronicles. Which we'll just add that to the previous one. And then Triangle Strategy, ditto. And... Ow. Good base tactical games. I would say that a Session 0 is universally useful, yes, 100%. Speaking as a long-time career GM. Even if you know the players in question, it's a good way for the players to get aware of the characters each of them is playing, the kind of directions they want to take their arcs, the directions they want to take their roles, you know, their actual rules, classes, builds, etc. And, of course, to get used to you and whatever you're doing with this particular campaign. Yeah, exactly. A truly experienced group who knows each other can still do a Session 0, and like Uthor says, it can just be a 15-minute, alright, boop, 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 let's go. If I might be so bold, it's the same reason I tend to value good tutorials over in video games. And just like most tutorials, there's ways to do it better, and there's ways to do it worse. Obviously, for a new group, it's literally invaluable. You know, people who don't know each other, people who haven't played with each other before. Like, for example, if I was to run a campaign right now for Brigwin, she knows me and she's played under me before, so we could just be like, alright, here's how we're doing this, cool. But let's say I was going to do a campaign with Brigwin and Evo. Obviously, Evo has not... Could you stop? Oh, right. I'm an idiot. Obviously, I haven't played with Evo before, and Evo hasn't played with Brigwin before. So that might be a little bit longer, but still very, very useful for the same basic reason. And then if Uthor wanted to play, then I'd kill myself. I'd be like, Uthor, you can't do that, you're at 3 HP. Nuh-uh, I was at 3 HP yesterday. Continuity doesn't exist! Please stop summoning void things on my face. You cast Wish. No, you don't! You're a level 3 fighter! Please? Please? Okay, there we go. I like this raining blood, by the way. Speaking of which, I'm just going to say it. Brickwork positive for the pools of Seath. Hey, Twister. Happy Sunday. Lesser Wish. Oh, that makes it much better. How did you know? Excuse me. Why didn't they allow evoker monks? Weapons and zealotry do not make one strong. Ah! Sorry. It's okay, I constantly call Drakthir evokers too. Constantly. In fact, I have to remember that Drakthir even exists periodically.
What are we without the sky?
A thick, heavy bracelet of fine craftsmanship. The outer edge bears many nicks and scuffs.
The Talon King will guide us.
A bracelet. Interesting. Rather plain looking. Ah, there's an inscription on the inside. To my father, may Rukmar illuminate your path with love, Lithic. This is Tarok's bangle. It was a gift from his daughter. He wore it for years until... Well, we'd better return it. Tarok built a memorial to Lithic not far from Talonwatch. It should rest there.
Tread carefully.
Anzu. The time has come to put an end to Seethe. I killed him before, and with your help I'll do it again. Ready yourself for a fight. The cultists will not stand idly by while we kill their god. Meet me at the Broken Spire. Evil laughter. Let's do it. I will handle Seethe. You take care of the cultists. Hi, Seethe. Hey, look, there's some seething blood. Do you get it? Alright, so, you're running your module for another group in Master Duel Session 0. I wasn't sure what to say. Yeah, do it. That's my answer, very simply. Remember, Session 0 can lead immediately into Session 1 if it takes a short enough period of time. And yeah, you know, a little bit of... I know you don't like continuity, Evo, but imagine, you know, the player wants to know a little bit about the setting and where they come from. Maybe establish a little bit about their character, like, I don't know, maybe making one of their mage characters like the nephew of the frog dude, whose name I forget. The hedge wizard. Something like that, right? That's the kind of thing that would be helpful to establish in a Session 0. How do I think Arena and Daggerfall would score? Oh, jeez. So, I've played Daggerfall, and I hated it. And I want to stress that for a moment. Hate. Like, I actually despise that game. I'm not even sure I ever beat it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I didn't, because I have no memories of actually beating it. So, I'm not sure how well that would score. Because if I hated it back then... Daggerfall does have good sprite work. I'll actually agree on that. Weirdly enough. Terrible brickwork. Good sprite work. Terrible dungeon design. Terrible quest layout. Would maybe hate it? Yes. Yes. Although, the thing I remember most specifically... I played Daggerfall when it came out. Triaxia. The thing I remember most specifically about it is that goddamn dungeon design. What's up, J. Palmer? Stab! Okay, no more confusion. Why can Lightforged be warlocks? What's preventing them from being a warlock? It's just fell. Father? Is that you? You're not my father, but you have something of his. The cursed ones are safe, but the sky still burns. They need help from the ravens. Find me in Vale Tarok. That bracelet, I made it for father long ago, before the fall. My father's bangle sat here for ages before the impostor Ickis stole it away. Thank you for returning it, but I have no need for keepsakes. Take it with my blessing. If there are still Talon priests loyal to the true Talon King, bring it to them. You got it. Nail on that quest. Well, yeah, but I know this is going to sound weird, Trihexia, but the Unity version of Daggerfall didn't exist when Daggerfall came out, so I obviously never played that. I know that's kind of shocking. Wow. Shattered Hand. Nice people. No, J. Palmer.
This curse has not broken me yet.
Not what I was expecting when I heard Iskar was sending help. No matter, he'll do.
Keep to the shadows.
The adherents came for me when I was already hiding. I watched from the shadows as they ransacked my hut. Then I watched the shattered hand orcs arrive and butcher them like dinner fowl. Seems like everyone's after us these days. One of these orc thugs made off with my scrying orb. I'm going to need it back if I'm going to be any use to Iskar.
Beware the burning sky.
The Shattered Hand clan is made up of orcs who can call no other clan home. They're sadistic warriors who maim their bodies, perhaps in a show of solidarity, or perhaps they simply enjoy the pain. It does not matter. What matters is they're expanding their territory, butchering everyone in their path. They have to be dealt with.
Keep to the shadows.
And that's my answer to that, Spartan, is... Beneath Skithic's outstretched hand are letters scrawled into the dirt. Thorn Mother. Ravagers brought by the Shattered Hand have taken over the aviary and are breeding fast. If left alone, they could swarm the entire area, including Vale Tarok, in a matter of days. Miraculously, a single egg has eluded the Ravagers. There's a loving tag around it that says, Icky. Be free, Icky. He looks immediately to flight, and then looks at you expectantly and cheeps. He cheeps again and begins gnawing on his foot. Let's see if I can find some grubs for you, little guy. I know a lot of people like Dragonlance. I have no issues with that. I just don't like multiverse stuff in general, you know. They're a little bit too casual about that, especially in D&D. If, however, you did, like, let's say you were playing under me and I was GMing a campaign for you in Forgotten Realms and you wanted to play a character from Dragonlance, what we'd do is we'd sit down beforehand and hammer out how that matters. I know that sounds strange, but to me, if you're going to have some kind of element to your backstory that basically breaks canon, you'd better do something with it. So, that would be the impetus there. I don't think I've ever played Arena. So I'm not sure how Arena would score. It was actually asked recently by... oh God, I can't remember. Someone in Discord was asking about a potential Arena run, and my reaction was, well... I guess we could lump it in the awful block, because I sincerely doubt it would score well. Which I suppose brings me to your other question. The odds of Daggerfall or Arena scoring above 0 is so low that I would be willing to put down money on it. I cannot imagine those games would score above 0. I'm not sure how far below 0 they'd go. That's a lot more debatable. But above? Nah, there's no way. Whoop, hello. I don't actually remember when exactly Daggerfall and Arena came out. Gosh, I hope not Trihexia. But probably yes. Yeah, I wonder how many times I would have to hit up a walkthrough for Daggerfall. Because I assuredly do not know it. Daggerfall? Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. If that answers your question. Pickett looks up at you, foot clamped in his beak, letting out muffled cheep. Here, have some squirmy Ravager grubs, little guy. You hold out the grubs, steel yourself, and prepare to chew them up as a mama bear bird would. Ah! Thankfully, Icky snatches them from your hand before you can proceed. Apparently, Kaliri don't do that. Yeah, whatever issues you have with Elder Scrolls games, picture that, but worse. Because before...
Arena was a straight dungeon crawler, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, I know Daggerfall is pretty close to a dungeon crawler, but I mean like a straight dungeon crawler. So apparently Daggerfall was 96, and Arena was 94. Yeah, maggot eating intensifies. Would I recommend Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 to old school CRPG fans? Yes. If you already are an old school CRPG fan, you know what you're getting into, and you probably don't care about all the problems of those games. However, there's an asterisk. Fallout 1 is serious. Fallout 2 is not. Fallout 2 is much more jokey than Fallout 1. A lot of people tend to put that blame on Fallout 3, and those people are stupid. All of that really started with Fallout 2. I feel like I have. It's not the one with the skull. That's the Daggerfall box art, I think. Arena's the one with, like, the bikini-clad woman who has nothing to do with anything, right? Hang on. Yep. There's just... That's not even a bikini. What is that? I actually don't know what that is. And yeah, Daggerfall has what's-his-face on the cover. Big, ugly lips-looking dude. Eye patch swimsuit. Yep. No, that tracks. A sweaty, pulsing egg, no doubt flushed with Ravager larvae. A swift kick should take care of these. Goosh. Frickin' Ravagers. Well, that's a good question. My knee-jerk thought is Oblivion, but hang on. Let's look up Morrowind. Oh, that's a pretty solid box art. So I like Morrowind's. Let's see Oblivion. I know it's not Skyrim. Ooh, Oblivion's is pretty solid too. Oh, I'm torn. Those are both pretty solid. I don't know, Laren. I never thought about it. I mean, I'm kind of biased towards Oblivion, not just because I think it's their best game. The only one that might contest that is Fallout 3. But also because I had the book. You know, the little, What's-a-Fig's Guide to the Empire, you remember that? The in-universe lore book that came with the damn box. I still have that. And, spoilers, its cover looks like that. Oh, dude, Valerian. Nice. Do I have the map? No. I actually gave the map to a friend of mine. I have no idea if he has it anymore. That was a long time ago. I'm the weirdo who still has my FF4, excuse me, Final Fantasy II manual. I tend to hold on to stuff like that. I can tentatively recommend ESO. As with every MMO ever, yes, really, all of them, The intro is pretty rough, especially if you want to do things in order. But it also does improve as it goes. I think I mentioned before, me and Pax accidentally ended up doing Vardenfell first because ESO is weird, and when you make a new character, it just, like, there was no option to dump you into Old's content, so it just immediately dumped us into Vardenfell. We were very confused by that. Really, Mega Skullma. Nice. I will admit the vanilla story of ESO did not catch me at all, to the point where I honestly thought it was terrible. But again, it's the vanilla, right? That's how that works. Listen, all old stuff sucks unless it's good. It's a pretty simple rule. Have you found the orb?
The Talon King will guide us.
Something's not right. She's been tampered with. Someone else has used my orb to enter the realm of shadows.
Beware the burning sky.
Blood for blood, as it should be.
Tread carefully.
Whoops. I didn't mean to click that quickly. Soon after the orc swept in, Vale-Lacrosse was laid waste by a beam of light from Skyreach. Remember that? We saw that when we first entered the zone. It seems they missed their true target. Zelik is still there, hiding in the realm of shadow. And someone else as well, the orc assassin who used my orb. Take this, drink it, and find Zelik. Oh, and be careful. It's a little more potent than the last one. What? Who are you? How did you cross over to this side?
A dark wind is blowing.
Well, you're not stabbing me yet. That's a good sign. Those orcs got a hold of Ishal's orb, did they? That explained the dangerous-looking fellow who crossed in the realm shortly before you. Not everyone handles the transition as gracefully as you did. The elf is still grappling with his own mind, stumbling about and muttering nonsense. Gee, a pain-obsessed sadomasochist goes into the shadow realm and doesn't take to it very well.
The Talon King will
I'm shocked.
Tread carefully.
Many Arakoa died in Vale-Lacrosse. From the outside, all seems still and empty, but this place is between worlds. Death never goes unnoticed. Stray life essence seeps through the other side, a feast for beings who prowl here. Slay the shadow and gather from their corpses the dust they produced. Yeah, by the way, I don't know if I've really brought this up yet, but the lower priests, they use a lot of void energy in basically everything that they do. And yes, that is exactly as terrifying and dangerous as it sounds. It's okay, I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong with that long term. Kill that for now. Alright. God, Tor world quests. That just sounds awful. Oh no, it's me! And it's dead. Oh, that sucks, Spartan. But thank you for telling me. I'm surprised Manchester United's doing anything. They were on such a massive downswing for so long. By the way, I'm not really telling this properly. I'm sorry. mentally falling asleep here. This is the result of that beam weapon from earlier, the one we actually saw from right there. It did this. So this is what that beam weapon actually accomplished. It's pretty devastating, all things considered. Yeah, it was literally vaporizing rock. No, I'm actually a pro Arsenal fan. Sorry. The original reason I liked Manchester United was a really basic and vanilla reason. See, Manchester United are world-renowned, or at the very least are renowned here in the States, which is where I happen to live. So, for the longest time, me and several of my friends were Manchester United fans because it was kind of the only option. A huge amount of football games wouldn't even be released out here. So you couldn't even watch them. It was not possible. The only ones that got enough press and interest to actually be released internationally were the Manchester United matches. So, by default, we would always watch Manchester United and root for them. As time moved on, Sky started branching out, and there was some mergers and Fox and blah, blah, blah. And eventually it became possible to actually watch matches that were not Manchester United. So we sat down as a group and decided which team we wanted to root for. Now that we actually had a choice in the matter, we settled on Arsenal. No, I haven't had time to watch any kind of sports in a very long time. So I haven't been able to watch Formula 1, I haven't been able to watch football. I have no time. It was you, Magister! Hey, you okay there, buddy? I see it! I see it! I don't think he's okay. Call it a vibe. The door. Do you see it? Poor guy. Poor, insane, sadomasochistic torturer. Okay, I guess I don't feel that badly for him. But yeah, whatever. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. I wonder. Oh, hello. Increase duration. Extend it. Just cast out that. Increase damage. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's kind of understated here, but us being shoved into the Shadow Realm here, being surrounded by void. Did you even notice the eyeballs that are floating around in the background there? There's several of them. There's also things that are not eyeballs further up in the trees up there. I'm not sure what those are. And I'm not sure I want to be sure what those are. Yeah, there's a couple things going on here. So, most people probably wouldn't handle just being shoved into this realm all that well. There's a logic to that. Hello, Ross. I'm just saying Chakotay sucks, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. He's such a piece of cardboard. I actually do legitimately wonder if Chakotay would have been better if he was acted by someone else. Obviously, nothing is going to fix the writing side of things or the executive meddling side of things. That's whatever. But Beltran really started phoning it in hard. Oh, that's easy. Chakotay is presented worse, 100%. Because Garrett Wong actually bothers to try. Early Chakotay was there, didn't actually bother me. But we're in Season 4, I think. Whichever one the Omega Directive is in, because that's what we just watched. And he was awful in that. I know what you're thinking. You don't even remember that in that episode. And no, you don't. We actually did a breakdown of, like, speaking as a director, we did a breakdown of exactly what he was doing wrong as an actor. And how easy it would be to fix his performance. But again, Beltran had stopped trying, and that's understandable, but again, it makes me wonder.
Shadows gather.
He was a big boy, wasn't he? The fiends will make quite a feast of him.
Keep to the shadows.
You know those elixirs you've been quaffing so eagerly? They're made of this stuff. We have been drinking elixirs made from void creatures.
Beware the burning sky. Tread carefully.
We must begin preparations for the Talon King's return. From within this realm, I can travel quickly to Vale Tarak. You, however, should be returning to the other side. You are powerful and will attract unwanted attention.
Beware the burning sky.
Oh, good, you're back. Did you enjoy yourself in there?
What are we without the sky?
What power could reduce a village to ashes in the blink of an eye? The adherents claim it's the will of Rukmar. A lie, obviously. They did nothing to earn such power. In truth, they stumbled upon it rather unwittingly in a hole in the ground. Come visit me near the excavation site. We must understand their technology if we are to defeat it.
Keep to the shadows.
See you soon. So, we ended up giving Omega Directive, I think, a green. I can actually double check that. Hang on. Here we go. Voyager. Yep, we ended up giving it a green. Because it was a very strange episode that probably should have been better than it was. Hang on a sec. Yeah, let's go grab that one. Put it in place of that. The idea of the Omega Directive is fantastic. And the very concept of the Omega Particle is engaging. One of the discussions we had during it was how it's the magic rocks concept, right? Fiction likes magic rocks, and frankly, so do I. Magic rocks are cool and interesting, as long as you do something cool and interesting with them. And usually that's very setting dependent. Phazon is terrifying because of how well designed and horrifying it really is. Yes, yes. You managed to make an illusion of me. Very good. Tiberium is another perfect example, or Lyrium over in Dragon Age, right? You got to do something interesting with it, and the Omega Particle is a magic rock, but that's fascinating, because what it really does is it damages subspace, and most of Star Trek sits on subspace, right? Think about it. No scanners, no sensors to speak of, at least not anything past, like, sight range. No faster-than-light communication, and no faster-than-light travel without subspace. So that's terrifying of a concept. Something that can destroy subspace would knock over interstellar society. The problem is the execution of the episode has no idea how to handle that, and constantly stumbles over itself. That's why it's a green. It's good enough to be up to a green, because the rest of it is just failing miserably. This is a damn shame.
This curse has not broken me yet.
Ah, you've arrived just in time. Yeah, you know how to do magic rocks bad? Kryptonite. Those who were not incinerated at Vale Akraz are forced to help the adherents excavate the rare weapons aimed at their heads. Anyone trying to escape is vaporized by the Overseer's Apexis turret. With these effigies, they won't know anyone has left. Place when you're an enslaved worker and observe as it creates a perfect copy. It even cloaks the subject so they can slip away.
The Talon King will...
The Apexis are long gone, but their legacy lies preserved in ancient chambers beneath Arak. Legions of dormant constructs, crystals flush with solar energy, magical techniques lost to the ages. The Apexis left behind caches of immense power, which the adherents of Rukmar have begun to unearth. Bring me the cores of the reactivated constructs patrolling the excavation site. Those crystals are the basis of Apexis technology, and the key to our enemy's devastating power.
A dark wind is blowing.
When I was still a guard in Skyreach, I was tasked with protecting the sisters, Veorix and Kashrix. They were prodigies. At an age when most sun acolytes could barely read, they had conjured familiars of sunlight to illuminate their textbooks. Now they unravel the secrets of the Apexis, and their excavation has just reached 2 ancient chambers. Enter those chambers. Cut down the sisters.
Tread carefully.
Yeah, odd callback to Ogrilla, but yeah, the Apexis are a whole ancient civilization. A fairly basic advanced precursor race. Well, faction. It's the Arakoa before they fell. Literally and metaphorically. Out you go. Come now, my beak isn't that big. This thing looks nothing like me. Stop complaining, dude. God. I would say succeeding downwards, Pillars of Snow. Because overall, like, the acting and the presentation and the writing are honestly pretty bad in the Omega Directive. Let me use just one specific example. There's a scene where they make it clear that the Omega particle doesn't actually generate a lot of power, which makes sense. Not only is it a particle, so, you know, physics, but also that's not what makes it terrifying. It's the subspace interaction that makes it terrifying. Immediately after this, they showcase that hundreds, thousands of Omega particles have detonated, and they've caused mass devastation over, like, this tiny spit of land. It's this minuscule area. And as the actors are saying the lines, you can tell they were directed to be like, oh my god, it devastated this huge area. As an addendum to that, when they actually get to the facility, the place is fine. I mean, you know, some of the lights are flickering and it's dark and some people are knocked out on the ground, but I'm sorry, if it was actually an energy generating thing like it was presented to be, there would be no facility or survivors. There would just be a crater there. And that's my point. It makes perfect sense as long as you ignore the parts of the episode which ignore itself. That's why Omega Directive was down in the green territory. Still enjoyable for what it is. Oh yeah, hang on. I know what you're thinking, Ross. Hang on, what does this have to do with Chakotay? First of all, he's awful in the episode, just in general. But there's one specific sequence which is great. The person to convince Janeway to accept her crew's help and become part of the family and blah 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 is Chakotay. And, well, have you seen that scene recently? His speech he uses to convince her? Like, the Lorani, when we were going through that, was like, wait, that's what convinces her? Of all of the heartfelt statements she's had from, like, Harry and the Doctor and everything, it's this dumb speech from Chakotay that convinces her? It's not even a bad speech. Yeah, if it was Neelix or Harry, it would have worked a lot better. And then there's the religious experience, which... so, do you remember Sacred Ground, Trihexia and or Ross? It's an older episode. Yeah, Sacred Ground and Omega Directive were written by the same person. Well, let me be slightly more clear about that. The same writer worked on both episodes. Better way to put that. The reason that's relevant is you can tell. It is so obvious. Because they hit the exact same plot points and character points of science as religion as well as just needing to have faith in something scientific. And the whole big thing about Seven's desperate push for her religious significance just falls flat for more or less the exact same reason it does back in Sacred Ground. We really railed at Sacred Ground when we went through that episode. Omega Directive's not that bad. It's clear that they've improved. It's just, yikes. Sacred Ground is the one where Janeway... Okay, so it's Janeway and Kess are the primary characters of the vehicle. Kess gets knocked out by some biogenic field or whatever. I don't even remember. And then they're like, oh, no, our god has struck her down. And Janeway's like, that's stupid. What actually happened? And they're like, no, you just don't have faith. You just gotta believe, man. Just believe. And Janeway's like, okay, fine, I'll believe. And it doesn't work. And then she's like, why didn't it work? And they're like, well, you didn't believe. She's like, what? You didn't believe? No, of course I didn't. That's stupid. This is also when they tell Janeway flat out to her face that she has science as her religion, which I'm not going to get into that. It also has the Council of Assholes. They put like 3 or 4 old actors who are all directed to be the most smugly antagonistic jackasses they could possibly be. And they succeeded. Anyway, sorry. Derailment there. Where's this one? Excuse me, sir. Would you like to not be a slave? Have I got the thing for you? Yeah, yep. Demon or one or hope and fear are our next options. I'm not sure how demon will go. The other two, we'll see. Excellent, J. Palmer. Alright, J. Palmer's dead. I'm stabbing a lot of people today. God. How is that disagreeing with me, J. Palmer? I'm trying not to give my opinions on either, for obvious reasons. I don't know if the lore runny actually watches these VODs, but if they do, I'd rather not spoil anything there, so... We'll see what we think when we get there. Hopefully soon. I don't know, we'll see. Ah, that's fair, J. Palmer. I admit most of my attention was on Chakotay because he's the one giving the big speech. And I stand by the fact that he's terrible at it, but yeah, I'm with you on that. By the way, I love how the architecture of the Apexis is just slightly different than that of the Arakoa. Nice little variance there. Solar energy courses through the slumbering constructs, their ancient servos whirring to life all around you. Too late to shut them all down now. Outside, an overseer bellows commands, each answered by the buzz of an Apexis beam. The turret would make short work of the constructs. Huh. Huh. Yeah, the lore runnee. I'm the lore runner, so the person being run through the run is the lore runnee. 2 E's. You know, there's the stabber and the stabby. The cooker and the cookie. Well, you see, Trihexia. You ground dwellers need to learn your place as the scum that you are. We are religious zealots. Yes. Do you have any other characterization whatsoever? No. Actually, they do. I'm being a little bit unkind. Of all of the things they did bad in Tanan Jungle, actually adding some freaking characterization to the higher Arak was one of the better moves. Oh my god, it makes so much sense, Evo. Actually, I am familiar with that, J. Palmer. I've already run into that problem. Whoops. You can't do heroics either, for the same exact reason. A comfortable-looking chair with a socket and an armrest. Okay, sure. Bzzz. Powering up. Wait, I have nothing to kill. I have nothing to kill! Oh, there's stuff to kill. I give negatives to that every expansion, J. Palmer. So I suppose the answer to your question is yes. Wait, what short? That's true. What craziness are you talking about here? Stop shooting me. Magister refuses to answer my question, as is expected. Okay, we've killed a whole bunch of these jackasses in their attempts to use Apex's technology, which they barely understand.
Shadows gather.
Deception is the ultimate power. Remember this. Yeah, sure, okay.
The Talon King will guide us.
The Apexes had every advantage, and yet they vanished. What could have happened?
Beware the burning sky. This curse has not broken me yet.
Well done. Even with my condition, I could sense the carnage from here. Must have been quite a show.
Keep to the shadows.
Apex's technology is fascinating, isn't it? Machines powered by solar energy. Energy itself imbued with magic. Simply brilliant. But there's always a catch, and I think you may have found it. Bring the interface device back to Vale Tarak, will you? I'll be along shortly. If my theory is right, we'll be able to turn the Adherents' own weapons against them.
The Talon King will guide us.
Okay. Here's the dungeon, by the way. It's a pretty small dungeon, all things considered, because here's the final boss right here. And here's where it starts. Right here. Of course, you have to do it on foot. Because there's no flying in Warlords, obviously. Cyborg vampires. I guess there's nothing that prevents a vampire from being a cyborg, right? Like, just replace some of their parts with machines and you're done, right? Aw, hello, Icky. Hello, Anzu. Did you bring the device?
Tread carefully.
It'll take some time, but this may be the key to our victory. Oh, I see. So, okay.
I will see you again. Farewell for now.
Lithic actually spoke to you. Or some shade of her, at least. Fascinating.
Farewell. The shadows are restless. Farewell, my friend.
Your word on Sizik?
Goodbye.
I see. Well, at least the gavel is safe. As you may have guessed, it's another of the Talon King's relics.
I will see you again. Goodbye.
Shame about Skizik's aviary. That's where Percy came from. Skizik wasn't interested in the runts after he started breeding the big ones. To be honest, I never liked the monstrous things. Yeah, I don't think anybody did.
Farewell. Farewell for now.
That gavel was once known as Beakbreaker. In his final, darkest days, Tarak used it to perform grim, damnable acts of sacrifice. Best not to dwell on those days. Tarak was sealed away deep within the shadows to rest, and perhaps to heal. Making contact with him will take a great deal of effort, so in the meantime, allow me to tell you of his more glorious exploits, before this wretched curse took hold. Please, place the gavel on the effigy.
Farewell, my friend. Long ago, a Bloodmane Pride Lord commanded his hunters to bring him 10,000 Arakoa feathers. Eager for the glory of battle, the young chieftain had hoped to incite a war with the Arakoa. But the Talon King came alone, and what ensued was not a war. It was a slaughter.
Oh, we even have a jump animation as a high Arakoa. Crazy, right? So what I'm picturing, Takoida, is something... God, I don't know. I don't even have a parallel for this. Something that's like an ultra scavenger, right? Grabbing, stealing, and taking chunks of technology and machinery off of others to bolt it onto itself to keep it going. Right? Literally feeding off of the technology. That's probably something more suited to like a full cybernetic thing instead of cyborg, you know, no organic parts. But that's the direction my mind's going. Could be Bragon. We actually don't know a lot about the Arakoa's origins, just that they've been here for a long time. They might actually be one of those native races. Since we know that the botany are not native, and we know that everything down the line of the Grawn are not native.
He moved with grace and power matched only by the wind.
By the way, these are fun vehicle sections. I especially love the fact that they give us full epic mounted speed just for running around. Nice touch. I mean, liquid is a useful coolant. And good for carrying data and nutrients.
With a sweep of his wings, he cut down even the strongest of the Bloodmane, like so many blades of grass. Their Pride Lord was fierce, but he was no match for Tarak. Satisfied that his message was clear, the Talon King left the Bloodmane to pick up the pieces of their broken tribe.
Okay, that was an interesting transition.
Let me tell you a story. Farewell for now.
That was but one of many such tales. No Arakoa, living or dead, is ever compared to the Talon King.
Goodbye.
Thanks to the bangle you recovered, we can go right to the tale of Tarak's fall. His daughter was a skilled huntress, but found her true passion in goldsmithing. She forged this bangle as a gift for her father, and he wore it for many years. Only after Lithic passed did he remove the bangle, for her memory was too much for the old king to bear. Place it on the effigy. I will tell you of Tarak's fall.
I will see you again. The Talon King's own sages betrayed him. Tarak and his allies were cast into the pools. Their cursed blood seared his flesh and tore at his mind. As he withered, Tarak had but one concern, his daughter Lithic.
Oh, I guess I was an idiot. This is when they were tossing them in. It was during this scene.
Seeing her broken body, Tarak despaired. He surrendered to the creeping darkness. But in that darkness, something found him. A strange power filled the Talon King. A presence urged him on.
Interesting little bit of tech here. Each time you hit the button, it actually does a different attack. I think there's only the two, but it rotates. They've used this to good effect several times. Could be, as Miristar. Because, yeah, I mean, you probably haven't even noticed. I've been using this ability morphs into other ability things.
Of his gods clung to sanity, and when the Talon King called, they answered.
For some time now, like on my rogue, for example.
Wretches driven mad by the curse thrashed them out in the pools in agony, but Tarak set them free. A strange orb peeked out from the wastes. Gazing into it, Tarak met the being that had saved him. The Raven God, Anzu, gifted Tarak and his gods with dark powers. In time, they would be known as Talon Priests. Together they would build Sketis and protect the unwanted children of Rookmar. Yes?
Hello, Czar.
Farewell, my friend.
Since that day, the sages have remained in power in Skyreach, and now calling themselves the adherents of Rookmar, claiming to be heralds, of her will.
As the years passed, the Talon King's health declined. Grief hung in his heart, while the curse chewed relentlessly at his mind. He began to hate this world, abandoning Sketis, and even sacrificing his own people in search of a cure. Hoping to rejuvenate their fading king, the Talon priests sealed Tarak away in the shadows. And that brings us to today. With the relics and the Talon priests in place, we are ready to call upon the Talon King. Draw back the veil.
The time has come. Awaken the Talon King from his long slumber. Call him into this world so he may destroy our enemies.
We hide no longer.
Hold on, what? We'll come back to that. Has WoW taken inspiration from Warhammer? I would be shocked if WoW hasn't taken inspiration from basically everything ever. It's kind of what it does. Oh, hello, Tarok. Evo, your puns are like a talent to my heart.
Impressive.
So remember, Tarok was someone we fought as a boss back then, but that's because the circumstances of his being brought back were different. Rashad over here, he wants to bring him back so he can change the future. Iskar here wants him brought back so he can relive the past. We can guess which one of these two would succeed in the prime timeline.
Rukmar has forgotten us.
My long sleep was disturbed by dreams of my past. I cut down my old enemies again, watched my daughter die again. You were there. I felt your presence in these dreams, and your past was revealed to me as well. Someone has woven our fates together. My people are yours to protect, and your enemies are mine to destroy. The Shattered Hand has rallied in Bladefist hold. Left to their own, they would claim this land for this Iron Horde. Take my power, and together we will break them.
Our burdens do not define.
Relive the past. I mean, I'm phrasing that wrong, clearly. What I mean by that is the good old days. An Arak challenger in my arena? Yes, yes. Tired of being hunted? Or just here for revenge? Well, you know, it's little column A, little column B. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. So. Hi.
I am the Talon King. I have come from beyond death to stem the... Enough! This ends now!
Does it, though?
Well, I'm Kargath Bladefist, and when I impossible! My power has failed you. So it's you in there. Khadgar isn't here to protect you this time. What?
Of course it was never us.
Right.
Don't be ridiculous.
That was a close call.
Illusions.
We barely got you out in time.
Thank you.
It's about time. That orc, Kargath, even at my full strength, he would prove a challenge.
You might say he would be a raid boss.
Children, it will take more than a fading memory from the past to overcome the challenges you face today. You must strike your own path, lay the past to rest, and raise new champions.
See the difference?
You have one already. Hero, I can never again grant you my full power. Kargath severed that bond. But so long as you tread in Arak, some piece of me will remain with you. I will lend my power as often as I can. Let me tell you a story.
Iskar wanted to bring Tarek back with a body of his own. Would the Talon King have saved us or lead us further into darkness? I was not willing to repeat the mistakes of our past. In you, I saw a worthy steward of the Talon King's power. Ishal agreed and helped bind your essences together. Iskar is not happy about this, but what's done is done.
Farewell, my friend.
The Shattered Hand is in shambles and the Avatar walks among us. When I promised you power back at Sketty's, did you expect it would come without any strings attached?
Farewell for now.
Look, I always expect my deals with no strings attached, okay? 'Cause I have no brain. By the way, do I have a group by chance? If not, it's okay. We can do it later. But we are actually getting quite close to the end of Arak, which also means, as you might imagine, a dungeon. And given how well Shadow Moon went, I'm kind of hopeful that, you know, Arak will go pretty well too. Ah, you've come to learn the truth of things. We need to test your dedication first, yes. The parchment of the dust reads, put your featherless claws against one another so our claws were made unsullied. How wise the High Raven Speaker is to foresee this day. There's a great beast on the hillside to the west by the name of Stone Scale. It's abducted one of our flock, and despite our best attempts, we've been unable to defeat it. Go prove yourself by slaying it. Okay. Sure. Hi. So I've got 3 people. That might wake out. Yes, they had 3 Loa. Rukmar, Seethe, and Anzu. 3 different types of birds. Some drama happened, is the simplest way I can explain that. Seethe, Seethe conspired against the other 2, and was cast down, but in the process cursed them and the land, thus leading to all this trouble ever since. Thanks, Seethe. Ah, Tillich, my dear friend, I'm so glad you returned. All the acolytes missed your witty banter after the evening chant. He looks better here. Yes, your great test is done. You fulfilled the requirements of the Parchment of Dust. That's really low level, Spartan. But I'll allow it if you really want to. Remember, I'm getting experience. Yes, I knew you were worthy. The writ of faith says that the great doubt will come in time of crisis, but one must put their trust in the Raven Mother. All will be as it should. Come, come, come. I take you the High Raven Speaker. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, by the way, so I found that quote for Leneruth, and I realized we've all been saying it wrong this entire time. It isn't a lust for power. Check it out. In their rush for power. And I quote, in their rush for power, large swaths of Horde and Alliance forces were separated from their commanders, no longer tied down to the war. The wandering champions made allies amongst the Pandaria's locals. It was through these locals they first heard of the tale of the Serpent's Heart, which then goes into the Serpent and blah, blah, blah. But there it is. Rush for power. That's what we were doing in Pandaria. That's why we didn't help the HVA stuff. And the whispers of the High Raven Mother, blessed she be. It was foretold in the Scroll of Order that upon calling for a sign, we would receive one in 30 minutes or less. This is most fortunate. We've already begun our preparations for arrival, and we have need of your assistance. The same one who called the characters players, Evo. Our dear brother Sakara went to the Ravenscar with some of the flock to enact great ritual purification. No one has been sent back to the nest for supplies in the past day. Caught up in prayer, I suppose. You should go check on him, but I need to make sure the scribe didn't mess up the transcription. Could you do it? I'll be there in... well, who knows. Nice people here. Slime golems. Now, there's a thought. Terrifying, terrifying thought. At last, our prayers to the Raven Mother have been answered. We had just arrived and begun the service of our headless fowl when Bloodmane attacked out of nowhere. Clearly, this means the Raven Mother wishes to test the worthiness of her children. Fear not. We are steadfast and will fervently continue our prayers regardless of what comes. Although, if you could get rid of the Bloodmane and their leader, that would be a blessing as well. We came here to perform the ritual of calling to bring the return of Raven Mother. We distributed parts of the scroll to everyone that had begun when we were attacked by the Bloodmane. And most of our flock has been killed, and fragments lay scattered across our homeland. The ritual was a failure, but we will not allow these mongrels to break our faith. We must continue our prayers, but we would be grateful if you could return the scroll fragments. It's okay. I remember the context. So, we were talking about how the Chronicles Book 4 sucks. Several people, not you, asked why the Chronicles Volume 4 sucks. I gave several answers to that question. Not the least of which being the lust for power, which apparently was the rush for power. And I mentioned how I've been going out of my way to quote that as often as I can because of how incredibly stupid it is. I mean, the whole Volume 4 is pretty stupid, but that's just one particular thing which got a chuckle out of me, you know? You then asked, I'm sorry, where does it say lust for power? To which I clarified the Volume 4 book, just in case you hadn't heard the earlier part. To which he said, where exactly in the book? Then I went to look for it, took too long to find it, got irritated, and put it down. So off camera, I bothered to find the exact entry so I could then answer you. Lust. Listen, if there's one thing I know about being a player character, it's all we care about is more power. Yeah, I literally tossed the book. I keep debating throwing it away. If and when we move, I'm probably going to go ahead and toss it. It's not worth the weight or the space. Well, as we described, the whole book had one editor, and it shows. No, it's fine, Trixia. These are just Saberons. Soon-to-be-dead Saberons. No, that editor was turbo overworked. We actually do know that. By the way, remember not notice, we have a buff called Avatar of Tarok. Spells and abilities have a chance to evoke Tarok, is what it means. And their rush for power! They didn't get enough editors. Yeah, no real QA at all on that poor book. It was already, like, in terms of content, probably the worst of the books. But man, that did not do it any favors. I will admit this particular side quest irritates me a little bit. I was actually thinking about this earlier. I like Arak quite a bit, and it's probably going to score reasonably well. The biggest problem with Arak is it takes too long. It overstays its welcome. Like, by the time we resummoned the Avatar of Tarok, we should have been ready to move on to the dungeon. Instead, we're off helping out the followers of Anzu. And the followers of Anzu are crazy. And that's about the extent of what's happening here. Help the poor crazy people. Okay. Such a slaughter happened to us. Hold to your faith, scribe. Remember the lesson of the Scroll of the Dark Dawn. Ravens of the flock should stay together. Once the Raven Mother has returned and her children are in the nest, we will be truly safe. Your strength has given us time to rest and continue. May the Raven Mother keep you ever in her shadow. Right. We must have all the sacred texts. We cannot afford to leave even one unaccounted for. Oh, copies of the ritual. Praise the Raven Mother! Hand them to me. We must but only one at a time. We must not risk summoning the light. It's said in the Journal of the Rising Sun that eating in the mornings cannot be done without harming a few eggs. Really? You get the joke, right? The Bloodmane matron, it's like the third time they've done this. The Bloodmane matron, Rashad, feasts upon sacred raven eggs for her stacks. How dare she? She must die for her sins. Take the path south over the mountains to reach the accursed home of the Bloodmane. Take this trinket. It fell to us from the heavens as a sign of the Raven Mother's favor, and with it you might have a chance. It is written in the Scroll of Sermons, bite the claw that strikes you. Take the path south of here that leads over the mountain to the Bloodmane. There you'll find those of the tribe who can use primitive magic. Slay them, remove their paws. Once you have obtained them, bring them to me so they be offered to the Raven Mother. The Bloodclaw are sadistic creatures. They've attacked the Ravenscar before and have stolen eggs of sacred events. Or sacred ravens. While you're within the Bloodclaw lands, keep an eye out for the eggs. I'll be waiting for you at the nest. Now, listen, Evo, I don't want to egg you on, but... Damn it, Brygwin. You know, that wouldn't surprise me, Leneruth. Really. I'm finished. My spirit will be the Raven Mother soon. Please, horribly murder the people who killed me. Can do. Anyways, that's what Frostmage can do. I don't even have the big ability yet, but I will. In like 10 more levels. Oh, of course it does, Zar. Frost Spec doesn't have anything other than Frost because, and I know this is going to sound strange, it's Frost Spec. However, there's also Fire Spec and Arcane Spec. Fire is pretty terrible, that's true. I mean, amazing, is what I meant to say. Frost has always had a little bit more durability than most of the other specs. I don't know if that's actually true anymore. It certainly used to be. Yeah, technically I do have Fire Blast. You'll notice it's not even on my bar. Nobody plays Fire Mage. Don't be ridiculous. Like, could you imagine playing just one spec and refusing to ever try out any other specs in the entire game? Could you imagine? Is that even possible? Is that humanly possible? Physically? Can a mind comprehend being one spec the entire game? I mean, I could switch at will, Zar. Because that's WoW. Look. All I'm saying is... I know. I'm the weirdo. I get it. I accept it. I like bouncing around on characters. I also like bouncing around on specs. Probably my one and only complaint about Demon Hunter, which isn't actually a complaint, it's actually a thing that is in the class's benefit. But the only personal detriment Demon Hunter has for me is the fact that it only has 2 specs. You're either killing things, or you're tanking things. That's fine, really. They're both excellent specs, but, you know... Yeah, dang it. Come on. That's true. It was the perfect excuse to quit. I knew it, Evo! I mean, I was theorizing for a while about a healer Demon Hunter spec, and how it would actually work. I doubt they'll ever do it, though, and honestly, they probably shouldn't. I mean, I'm kind of the same way. I like Affliction and I like Destro, but Demo is where it's at. And I like Assassination and I like Outlaw. But Subtlety is where it's at, and so forth and so on. Yes, that's right. In case you hadn't figured out that these are the joke quests. The way I distracted this boss there was I shine a light on the ground, and he, a cat, cannot resist going to chase the light. I know we all are like that, all for the light, or join the light, or whatever, but I don't think that's the direction we were going with that. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, fine, whatever. Was an irritating blink. That actually sounds pretty cool, Bragwin. I don't know what... Whoa, what the... I don't know what the issue is there. I mean, I've been workshopping the idea for years that we should have more healers that damage to heal. WoW itself has dipped its toes into that several times. And the only reason they stopped doing that back in Kato was because people whinged about it. Discipline kinda works that way now. It used to really work that way. Nowadays, discipline is kind of more of an actual hybrid-y thing. But back in the day, discipline literally did damage, and that damage also healed. It is written in the scroll of sermons that the Raven Mother is not patient, and neither I. Neither am I. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like Seasons of Discovery, J. Palmer. Warrior healers, shaman tanks, warlock tanks. Were you able to find the stolen Raven eggs? Most poor ravens have avoided a horrible future in Blood Call lands. We'll take better care of them. Thank you. You're welcome, I guess. All is now in place to begin the ritual, finally. You have fulfilled all the tests we have put before you, so it's only fitting you join us. Soon the Raven Mother herself will appear. Oh, my feathers are tingling with excitement. Sure, let's do it. It is written in the Tomb of the Falling Sands, time waits for no one. The Raven Mother knew we would have one who is not of the flock for the ritual. Oh, you are truly blessed. Oh no, it's one of these quests! It's one of these quests! Okay, blessed water, blessed water. Sacred, there. Sacred feathers. Sacred feathers? Sorry. More water. More sacred water. You know, there's ways to do bad luck protection in RNG. I'm just saying. More blessed water. In the world. More blessed water. Okay, this is getting crazy. Did you rehearse when I wasn't looking? No, you keep saying the same thing. Okay, something other than blessed water. Jeez Louise.
I have returned.
Sup? The Raven Mother, we humbly welcome you back to the nest. Your presence brings joy to our hearts. The potion's just water. You have done much to help my nest of forgotten ones. The poor creatures are not quite sane, but with their own kin hunting them, I pity their plight. Their flying kin, the adherents you call them, would see them destroyed and my children made slaves.
I sense one who is not of the flock. Come closer, child. You there, scroll keeper. You are not of the Raven speakers. Why do you stand before me?
Great Kaalu, the tales of your majesty are woefully inadequate.
You flatter me, but darkness weighs upon your thoughts. Speak, child.
The adherents of Rukmar wield a great power. They would use it to burn us all, including your ravens.
They also subjugate my children, forcing them to fight and die. What might you have us do?
Great Mother, in the name of Anzu, we ask humbly that you lend us your wings. With your help, we can extinguish the light which sets the sky ablaze.
Anzu always was meddling in the affairs of mortals. One would think I might learn from his mistakes. Very well, Scroll Keeper. My flock is yours.
So, now we bring our fight to the adherents. Rastok is certain his new invention will give us control of the Apexis, but we must get close. Very close.
Good, but speak with Kaalu when you're ready to fly.
Ma'am? Do you know why I allow these accursed forgotten children of Rukmar to live on my flock? It's because I weep for them. They are trapped between two gods, one who fears and rejects them, and one who would enslave them to their dark will. Their only champion abandoned them long ago, and nobody stood behind them since. Until you came along.
Percy, you stay here and guard the nest.
I like the subtle implication. If we had been there for them in the prime timeline, we might have saved them from their fate in Outland. But of course, we didn't show up until it was entirely too late. We didn't even know they existed. Yep, this looks very safe. I like being this high up with no guardrails. Oh no, Rashad's great. I mean, in general, but also voice acting. No, I think Eva was specifically referring to the lines that the other non-voiced Eriko were having. You know, and that's it. I feel like I'm doing a lot of proc fishing as Frost. It's fun, though. Root them in place. Remember, when they're rooted, they take more damage from my instacast, so I can root them, and then I can actually do more damage to them. And then that ability also makes my instacast work better. And the ability itself is an instacast. There's a lot of really cool synergizing between abilities in Frost. I mean, whether it's believable or not doesn't make it sound any less irritating than ever. Liberally irritating is still irritating, as the saying goes. I also almost always want to do Flurry before I do Ice Lance, because it buffs the Ice Lance damage. Oh.
You fight like a legend! Come, let us return to the sky!
I mean, canonically I am a legend at this point, so that tracks.
Ah, hello.
I'm fine, I just need to catch my breath. I wasn't expecting the ride to be so fast, my goodness.
I will see you again.
Good work. Now time for the next phase of our plan.
Farewell.
The Raven Speaker Acolytes have been equipped with Apexus interfaces. They just need to get close enough. Come, let's take to the skies and secure the Terrace of the Dawn. When all is aligned, we shall turn the false suns against one another, and the spires shall burn like torches. I look forward to penning your actions into history.
Speak with Kaalu when you're ready to fly.
Madam? I mean, Rashad's voice actor is fantastic. And honestly, I think most of the Arakoa who are actually voiced do a good job with it.
My cries will rattle your enemies like thunder. Guide my aim and strike them down.
Thunder. Thunder. Thunder cries.
We need to capture those alignment controls. It is no good. They're dying out there. Clear a path for them.
And yeah, sorry, someone actually mentioned this earlier and I forgot to comment on it. Yeah, that's Frank Welker. And he's always been awesome, so no shock there.
It looks like everyone is in position. Kaalu, give the signal and get us out of here.
Well, there go two of the Arakoa's weapons. Repurposed Apexus Sun Shards. Idiots.
Yes, I will see you again.
Percy and I wanted to give something as a token of our thanks. It's not much, but please.
Farewell for now.
So, now, the dungeon. We have dealt a crippling blow to the adherents, but our fight is not yet finished. Gather your allies and prepare for the siege on Skyreach. Shadows gather when the ravens swallow the sky. Burning sky is extinguished as black wings fold gently about the heavens. Rest, my children, rest, for even the sun must sleep. This is Rookmar's lullaby, sung to her to the first Arakoa. Aye, how we've lost our way.
Farewell.
A dark wind is blowing. What are we without the sky? Beware the burning sky.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna make blink faster, holy crap. No, you can time walk as long as you're 67. That is the cap. So who have I got? Who have I got? Do I have a tank? Do I have a healer? I'm going to assume I don't have a tank. Because I never have a tank. We'll go and get back on Zadreed here. They'll probably raise the cap because they already have. They raised it in War Within to 67 from 57. As I've mentioned before, the cap makes sense. I don't agree with it, but it makes sense. The whole point of the current cap is It is immediately before you can do the current expansion, 68. Remember, all quests can be done 2 levels before their actual level arc. Or level requirement, excuse me. So, once you hit 68, you're 2 high level. And 67, or 57 as the case may be. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes up to 77 in the next expansion. Having said that, that does kind of depend on what they decide to do with the level cap. Okay, so... 60. There's Bregwin. There's the Spires. And then WoW 2 comes out. I think Kira White Noise was coming. Yes. Setting time walking, but coming. We have Spartan. Looks like I don't actually need you, Lunaruth. You're free! You're free, Lunaruth. I release you from the torment that is doing a group with me. I'm not into coffee, but if you could get me something coffee flavored, that would be awesome. Yes, I know how strange that sounds. Oh, if you want to tank, that's fine. Do we have someone who would like to heal? Zoop. Still like that transmog. It's, do you want to heal? Because I have no preference. I don't care. I'm a druid. Okay. I will go balance then for this. That'll be fun for this dungeon. I'll be playing a bird. I'll also have my transmog set to go. Okay. Secure White Noise. Where's the stone? There it is. Boop. Here, White Noise is currently setting up. And then I think Spartan needs to set up his bar too. Honestly, I'm not sure if they're going to raise the level cap. At this point, as weird as it sounds, levels are kind of completely artifact design. I've said this before, I'll say this again. You don't gain anything when you level up other than a talent point. Your stats don't noticeably change. Your abilities don't noticeably change. You get abilities from 1 to 10, sure. But then from that point onward, pretty much all your progression is on this tree. Now, there's no reason to get rid of levels. People would probably complain if you did. But if they were to remove levels from existence and then just have you gain talent points every progression marker, nothing would change. Just make sure we're setting that. There we go. Okay. No, it doesn't port you out until you hit 71, I believe. It's actually kind of wild. So you can keep time walking as much as you want to and however you want to as long as you are 67 or lower. It is in fact 10 to 67 is the range. The moment you hit 68, you're still in time walking, but you can no longer select or change the time walking you're in. So if you're in Warlords, you cannot switch over to Pandaria, for example. The moment you hit, I want to say 70, you can no longer interact with Chromie at all. And I believe it kicks you out if you go back to town, to Capital City specifically. I think they changed that. That's why I'm saying that with a bit of hesitance. And obviously I don't want to test that. But, no, I think Kira White Nose was just offering to heal. If you actually want to heal, 5, heal it up. So in 70, as long as you stay out in the time walking zone, you're still time walking, but you can't go back home and you can't switch. Finally, at 71, Chromie pops up and flat out says, hey, stop time walking. And then at that point, there's literally a countdown. We've seen it. I showed it on camera. There's a countdown that happens, and when it finishes, you get teleported back to Chromie, back in the capital cities, and you are booted out of time walking, and you no longer have access to it. So that's the range. 67, 68, 70, and 71. There's your set points. I am not a fan of how they do all that, and I've given several negatives for it. I understand their reasoning, but like I said, I just don't agree with it. Are you ready to go, Spartan? We're waiting on you. It is mathematically possible to get into the latest expansion and not have enough experience left to hit max level if you're stuck in time walking. It requires some work and effort to do it.
Skyreach. I have not been this close to her in many years. The High Sage will be well protected. We can fly no closer.
Oh, the gear isn't even an issue. That's a solved problem. Gear already scales up to max level.
Destroy their false sun, that we may meet again in the shade.
Sure thing, Rashad. Because the same gear progression actually happens exactly the same across non-time walking as it does time walking. I don't remember, is the honest answer to that, but let us know. And again, it doesn't make any real sense when you really break it down. I get that they want to encourage you to do the current expansion. It wouldn't even bother me that much if they did a thing where they were like, okay, so you've just hit max level, or you've hit, 68 or whatever. You should go do the current stuff. And like a pop-up happens saying, hey, you're at level to do insert current expansion here. Sure. Because that way the players, especially players who are unaware of how things work, are encouraged to go do current level content. And again, sure, I can understand that. Booting you out of it is unacceptable, and preventing you from accessing it is unacceptable. In both cases, I'm not a huge fan. Oh, I'm in the wrong page, that's why. Let's say, bull crap. No, that doesn't work at all, though, Linarith. Old gear scales, so time walking gear scales directly to your level, just like modern gear does. So, for example, if you are level 80, you'll get gear that is, I forget the number, gear. Doing quests and dungeons and stuff. It's the exact same system that is in place here. It's why everything that drops in here will be 357 or 362. Right? That's the level 67 cap. I will never get gear that's above 357 or 362. So it's the same way in live. I'm not making sense, am I? If I am time walking at level 80, somehow, magically, and I get a drop, it's going to be item level 5. We're just going to use a made-up number. And then, if I am doing War Within, and I do a quest, and I get a drop, it's going to be, at level 80, it's going to be item level 5. It's the exact same item level, exact same gear.
I will slice the flesh from your bones!
Let's see if we have to do this guy's mechanics. So he drops those little things, and they rotate. They do damage. Nothing too fancy. They hurt like hell if you stand on them, though, which is nice.
Rushing winds coming.
You cannot outrun the wind!
Then he does the big one. Keep in mind, the little ones are still there, too. I like that. I mean, they could, but why bother, Linarith? What's the point of doing so? Like, just apply the item scaling linearly and directly. Whoops. Sorry. I'll make up for it by blowing cooldowns. I don't know, I think aggro's finally settled, but I do think they need to stop messing with aggro. Last time they messed with aggro was in BFA, and yeah, that was irritating. Oh yeah, by the way, the name of that boss was Ranjit. No, I'm not joking.
Arise, my creation! Slay these intruders!
Boss number 2. What's the beam?
AOE incoming.
You can't do a raid in time walking. So if you enter this, you get energized. But it should also be... Yeah, it does a lot of damage to me. But if you don't intercept it, then it'll go ahead and hit the boss and buff the boss. That's, I believe, it as far as mechanics for this guy. It's just interrupt the laser. Still neat, though. And that laser hurts like hell on heroic.
AOE incoming.
Like, you can't just have one person eat that. You gotta have a rotation like this. Oh, well then I still don't see the issue, Lineruth. I'm sorry. I apparently am too stupid. If they want to get item level 5 stuff in an old raid, let them. There is nothing wrong with that, and there's no change between that and doing new content. So this boss, we used to wipe on this boss a fairly large amount back in the day. Go ahead, make fun. But a lot of pugs had no idea how to do this guy's mechanics at all. There's actually several moving parts in this fight. See you around, J. Palmer. Have a good night. Oh no, is my answer to that, Lineruth. If they want a solution to that problem, then they can suck a lemon, because I'm not even going to bother putting thought into that. Okay, so first of all, I sure hope Spartan's going to go up there in melee, because otherwise he's going to do some fun stuff.
Kill ads.
So he pops a spolar flare, right? These guys fixate someone randomly. They have a decent amount of health. When they die, they explode into fire. And do that. Actually, no, that was the solar flare. Yep, that's about right. That is as that should be.
Do not believe your eyes.
Not a shortcut. So anyways, they explode into a large amount of damage. But in addition to that, they also ignite any nearby ashes. So each phoenix that spawned and kills leaves a pile of ashes and explodes. Each explosion spawns any nearby ash piles into a new phoenix, and they all fixate a new random target. If they reach their target, they also explode, probably killing the target in question. There's other mechanics, but that's the big one, dealing with those. What else do you do? Pierce armor, yep. Pierce armor is actually fascinating. It makes it so you take 10% more damage from each pierce armor each time it applies to you, so it's a stacking debuff, right? The thing is, if you are using mitigation, piercing armor doesn't happen. It's a unique bit of tech. It's an attack that basically does another logic check when it hits you to see if it applies at all. Then, of course, he does his quill attack, which is just get behind the line of sight. Yeah, that's it. Oh, right. Your corpse is way over there. So that's basically it. Handle the ads, deal with him. We did wipe, so that's always nice. That's something I've never even heard of, Brickwin.
Ads coming. Kill ads.
Where are they? Where are they? There it is. Who's it fixated on? Looks like your white noise. So all those people over there, yeah, they just took a fairly large chunk of change of damage. But it's okay, we were more ready for it that time.
Ads coming. Kill
Another
ads. Target you.
That one's on me. Nice.
Ads coming. Kill ads.
So did you see how that actually summoned a second one right there? And yes, I did do that on purpose. I'm gonna do it again. See how they keep summoning more?
Ads coming. Kill ads.
Oh, and yes, you can fall off before you ask. No guardrails. What need do birds have of guardrails, am I right?
Kill ads.
And you go. No, I don't know why there's a time chest for this. So this is interesting. There's actually a few ways to cheat this, but the idea is you're supposed to go through this, pushing against the wind the entire time, obviously. And there's enemies that'll be attacking you as you go. So the healer's supposed to be doing stuff to keep you alive as you're going through this. If that healer doesn't have instacasts, well, that sucks to be them. Now, I could go for the shortcut, but I'm just going to show you the intended route on the outer ring here. The shortcut's kind of inconsistent, too. There we go. Did you shift up or shift down by accident, Brigwin? I think it's shift in this one. Actually, I don't know. I think I unbound it. So I don't know what it is by default, but you know what I mean, right? You hold something and then hit up or down, and it switches you to a different bar. I unbound all that because it was easy to do by accident. At least for how I move. Of course, the mechs self-destruct. Also, the defense constructs just basically make everything else invincible, at the expense of just standing there doing nothing. Whoops, whoops. Get up here. I do like the light-themed music for this. We have all 60 pluses, which makes sense. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The scaling works better the higher level you are. Which is, unfortunately, logical. There's even a reasoning behind it, which I'm not 100% sure I agree with, but I kind of agree with. This trash should be interesting and difficult, and instead, this is just the pad the meter trash right here. So pad the meter, everyone. Pad the meter. No, because the scaling doesn't care about what level you are relative to the other players. That hasn't been relevant since Legion. Instead, all it cares about is your level relative to current content, which at this point, 70 is what they're aiming for. So, this boss, we might not even see this boss's main mechanic. We'll see.
We will cast you down like the mongrels you are.
How many of you watched the episode of Warcraft about the Spires of Arak? I anticipate it's none of you, but I'm just curious.
Ads coming.
Them down.
Oh, hey.
Let the scavengers below feed on.
So you see how Kier Whitenose was really close to the edge? So Kier Whitenose is probably about to die. Yeah, that was actually close.
Of the Arak.
So then there's the second mechanic, which is this thing. There's actually a third mechanic.
Servants,
Yeah, there it is.
protect your master.
This could actually be a mean fight. I like it. Yeah, she straight up has the Lich King mechanic, and she will fling you over the edge and you will die. She's got a shield, dude. Obvious. And then she grabs you and drags you slowly over the edge.
Ads coming.
Them down. Let the scavengers below
Help.
feed on their pulp.
Help me.
Working on it, working on it.
Watch your
Behold
step.
the might of the Arak.
Watch your feet.
Drag the fire death over here.
We will always soar.
And she's dead. And that's pretty much the end of the Adherents of Rukmar. And I say that specifically because the High Arakoa actually survived this incident, which makes sense. As usual, there's more to the High Arakoa than just the insane evil extremists, right? Logical. Okay.
It's about time.
I should probably actually order lunch. So I was going to do that, and then I forgot. Got a little distracted there. Did I say thank you? I can't remember. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I'd say that was a pretty solid dungeon. Those bosses are still interesting and fun now. Oh, and to finish my thought, Spartan. I think it was Spartan who said that. Yeah, it was Spartan. Sorry, just double checking. This is the big reason why I prefer to do these dungeons on my 67s. Because they're going to be scaled the best, and we get the best chance of actually seeing the content as legitimately as it is possible to do so. Anyways, I am going to go ahead and chop off here. When we come back, it is time to finally hit up Frostfire. I hope to see you there for that. Actually, I'm going to change my mind on that. Maybe we should do Talador next. Because I don't want to do Frostfire is going to be a chonker. I want to do that in one run. We might do Talador next. I'll chew on it. I'll think about it.